berbahagia Datuk Ravi Mutaya, Secretary General, Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities. Yang berbahagia Dr. Ahmad Parviz Gulam Kadir, Director General, Malaysian Palm Oil Board. Yang berusaha Associate Professor, Technologist Dr. Muhammad Rasdi Zaini, Dean, Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM Cawangan Melaka, Chairman of IPC 2021, honorable guests, invited speakers, presenters and participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the opening ceremony of the International Plantation Conference 2021, jointly organized by the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM Cawangan Melaka, and WMIT Group Berhad. With the collaboration with the Malaysian Plantation Industries and Commodities. I am Dr. Dina Imam Supaat from University Science Islam Malaysia, your MC for today. And ladies and gentlemen, to seek the blessing of Allah the Almighty, we call upon Encik Muhammad Ridwan Abdul Nasir, Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM Melaka, to recite the dua. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Indeed, on this glorious day, we wish to express our gratitude to you, O Allah, for all the grace that has been given upon us. We also ask so that you bless this second International Plantation Conference, IPC 2021, on the theme, A Sustainable Approach for Diversifying Livelihood and Environment in Plantation Industry, with the fullest pleasure and forgiveness from you. Ya Allah, Ya Rahab, Ya Razzaq, we humbly request from you, give us a great deal of knowledge and enlighten our heart with the light of your guidance. Please give us mental and physical strength so that we can improve our taqarrub for you. Ya Fattah, Ya Alim, please give us perfect body health, progressive sense of purpose, and increase our trust and credibility as caliphs on this earth. Hopefully, with this event, we can develop our potential within ourselves, gain knowledge in whatever field we are in, and indirectly raise our personal, religious, race, and our country. Ya Aziz, Ya Jabbar, provide us with the best of our brilliance to use all our energies and thoughts to generate new breaths in the sharing of knowledge, skills, attitudes capable of meeting requirements and current demands in line with the era of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Make us a vibrant and creative generation, competitive and successful in shaping ourselves into an intellectual based on the faith and taqwa. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وأدخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin Ya Rabbal Alameen. Thank you, Encik Muhammad Ridwan Abdul Nasir, for the recitation of dua. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, presenters, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to greet dedicated researchers, academics, and presenters from Indonesia, Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, Australia, and of course from Malaysia. The theme of IPC 2021 is a sustainable approach for diversifying livelihood and environment in plantation industry. The theme depicts the importance of promoting livelihood development and encourage people to move away from the harmful exploitation and degradation of natural resources. To support livelihood diversification, we need to understand the underlying factors helping or inhibiting livelihood diversification and appreciate the obstacles faced by the poor in trying to enhance and diversify their livelihoods. It is also crucial for us to find alternative livelihoods initiatives that promote sustainable solutions that are successfully adapted to people's capacities, have unlimited market appeal, and truly reflect people's aspirations for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, IPC 2021 does not only seek to promote discourses on sustainable approach for diversifying livelihood and environment in plantation industry, but also provides a good platform for presenters and participants to broaden their international network and forge stronger ties among these researchers and industry players. And to continue with our ceremony this morning, please welcome Associate Professor, Technologist Dr. Muhammad Rasdi Zaini, Dean, Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, University Technology Mara Melaka, Chairman of IPC 2021, to deliver his welcoming speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Premier Keynote Speaker, Datuk Ravi Mutaya, Secretary General of Ministry of Plantation, Industries and Commodities. The plenary speakers, Dr. Ahmad Parvez Gulam Kadir, Director General of Nation Palm Oil Board, Adjunct Professor Datuk Haji Daud Ahmad Zain, Chairman of Incorporated Society of Planters, Professor Victor Galia, School of Agriculture and Food Science, the University of Queensland, Australia. Invited speakers, oral and poster presenters, distinguished international and local delegates, distinguished guests Tuan Haji Muhammad Fazil Hitam, Chairman of UiTM Planters Alumni Association of Malaysia, representative from various industries, FELDA, MPOB, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all. First and foremost, Alhamdulillah, thank you Allah the Almighty for the opportunity bestowed upon us to gather here this morning in the second International Plantation Conference 2021. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to warmly welcome all distinguished guests, speakers, and participants to the second International Plantation Conference 2021. Our deep appreciation to the guest of honor, the Honorable Datuk Ravi Mutaya, Secretary General of Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities, for his gracious attendance and for officiating this event. Thank you very much, Datuk. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Plantation Conference is the flagship event of the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, University Technology Mara. The first IPC was held in Bogor, Indonesia, and our co-organizer was Institute Pertanian Bogor, Indonesia. This year, Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, together with WMIT Group Sendirian Berhad, and in collaboration with Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities Malaysia, organized this prestigious event with its theme, A Sustainable Approach for the Diversifying Livelihood and Environment in Plantation Industry. Initially, we have planned for a physical conference in the historical Melaka state in 2019. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemics, we have no choice other than to conduct a fully online conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this two-day conference will address 6 very important areas and highlight in emerging sustainable approach in plantation management and agribusiness. Second, plantation crop productivity and management. Third, sustainable crop protection in plantation, sustainable management of marginal soil for future plantation, sustainable agriculture engineering through automation, smart and precision technology towards Industrial Revolution 4.0, biotechnology practices for sustainable plantation. The organizing committee is also very grateful to have the commitments, support, and contribution from all participants, both local and abroad, for making time to be here despite your busy schedule. The committee is overwhelmed since we have received almost 140 participants for the conference. Thank you for your support. The conference offers more than 65 oral and poster presentations by researchers from local and international, representing 6 countries including Indonesia, Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, and Australia. We are honored to have prominent keynote and plenary speakers from various plantation and agriculture disciplines. This conference provides opportunities for industrial players, practitioners, researchers, agriculture scientists, academicians, and students from all over the globe to share scientific progress, innovation findings, and exchange ideas, and to build a strong research networking for a proper and congruent research that could enhance knowledge for the betterment of humankind and the world. We do hope that scientific findings delivered through oral and poster presentation will stimulate and inspire future studies and subsequently contribute to advancement in plantation sector. Last but not least, I would like to take the opportunity to extend my appreciation to all committee members, session chairperson, and volunteers for their commitments and dedication in ensuring the smooth running of this second International Plantation Conference 2021. To all the participants, I wish you 2 days conference fruitful deliberation. I wish to congratulate the organizing committee for organizing this prestigious event of the second International Plantation Conference 2021. I sincerely hope this important event will continue in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor, Technologist, Dr. Muhammad Rasdizaini, for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is the opening and keynote speech by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ravi Mutaya, Secretary General, Minister of Plantation Industries and Commodities, Malaysia. Datuk Ravi Mutaya holds a diploma in Public Administration, Bachelor of Economics from University of Malaya, and Masters in Business Administration from University of Kobe. He has a long public service record since 1989, including at the Ministry of Primary Industries, Prime Minister's Department for about 15 years, Ministry of Domestic Trade and Consumer Affairs, and Ministry of Finance. Datuk Ravi Mutaya is appointed to the current position, Secretary General, Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities, since December 2019. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ravi Mutaya.
Good morning, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is with the greatest pleasure that I would like to thank the organizer of the second International Plantation Conference, IPC 2021, for inviting me to deliver my keynote address for this year's conference with the theme, A Sustainable Approach for Diversifying Livelihood and Environment in Plantation Industry. When I was initially approached by the organizer, the plan was to have this event in Malacca. However, with the COVID-19 pandemic, which has not showed any sign of slowing down, not only in Malaysia but as well in the rest part of the world, we need to adjust to this new norm, utilizing digital and international technologies. There is an old saying that there is a good in every evil. The COVID-19 pandemic has seriously impacted the community and and has affected the economic performance of this country. But it has also shown that the virus simply does not choose. We are the same regardless of religion, culture, and customs, whether we are rich or poor. The pandemic has also exposed some vulnerabilities in our agricultural and global food system, a system which was based on modern roots, which has been developed over the decades, have in a matter of weeks come under unprecedented pressure and has had to adjust rapidly. Many of our agricultural commodities are integral to the global food system. The system is so interlocked that disruption to one link in the chains have another staggering effect on the other. Farmers who rely on migrant workers are badly affected. Since they rely heavily on foreign workers, they have to struggle to secure enough labor due to the travel ban imposed by supplying countries. This labor shortage is further compounded by the virus spreading among existing workers. Nevertheless, there's no rainbow without rain. The plantations and commodities sector seem to weather these challenges and has resumed its operation and maintain its position as one of the Malaysia's key economic drivers. In the year 2020, the agri-commodity and agri-commodity-based products contributed RM 150.5 billion to the total national export income, or 15.34% to the overall total national export income of 980.9 billion, an increase of 17.1% compared to 2019, with a total export of 128.5 billion. Suffice to say, the agriculture sector has always played a pivotal role in Malaysia's economic development. For decades, Malaysia has successfully leveraged these natural treasures by turning them into a long-term national economic backbone and turning them into agri-commodities, pushing our nation to become the country we see today. Recently, the agri-commodity sector was recognized as one of the economic sectors contributing to the country's economic growth during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our task is to ensure that this sector will continue to contribute and grow sustainably. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is a complex concept. The most often quoted definition comes from the UN World Commission on Environment and Development. Sustainable development is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. For the Malaysian agri-commodity context and status as a developing nation, sustainability might be best defined as the integration of environmental health, social equity, and social vitality to create thriving, healthy, diverse, and resilient communities for this generation and generations to come. Our sustainability practice recognizes how these issues are interconnected and require a systematic approach and an acknowledgement of complexity. Thus, sustainability has always been the central theme of Malaysian economic policy direction through the years, from National Economic Policy NEP in the 1970s, New Economic Model in 2009, and the latest Shared Prosperity Vision 2030. These are to ensure that Malaysia's agri-commodity industries develop sustainably with various initiatives, regulations introduced and implemented to balance environmental health, social equity, and economic vitality. I am proud to share that MPIC has also successfully incorporated UN SDGs principles into the soon-to-be launched National Agri-Commodity Policy 2021-2030, or in short, the NACP 2030. As we all know, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) is a global blueprint towards achieving a better and more sustainable future for all. Although the agri-commodity sector could impact each of the 17 SDGs in some way, 5 SDG most pertinent in the context of the NACP 2030 are Goal number 7, Goal 8, Goal 12, Goal 13 and Goal 15. Let me briefly share how these goals were considered as a framework for the NACP 2030. Goal 7, Affordable and Clean Energy. The NACP 2030 ensures access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all. Example, biofuels as a greener source of energy. Goal 8, on the other hand, which focuses on decent work and economic growth, the NACP 2030 promotes sustained, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all. Example, ensuring decent work for all in the sector, especially smallholders and foreign workers. Goal 12, on the other hand, focuses on responsible consumption and production. The NACP 2030 ensures sustainable consumption and production patterns. Example, requiring sustainability certification and traceability of products along the value chain. Goal 13, Climate Action. The NACP 2030 is formulated as one of the urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Example, contributing towards the reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions through effective waste management, including utilization of biomass as part of the circular economy. And finally, on Goal 15, Life on Land, this goal is essential as it is about the balance of land management and the human needs towards ensuring sustainability in the economy's growth. The NACP 2030 has also adopted the principle of Shared Prosperity Vision 2030. Shared Prosperity Vision 2030 or Wawasan Kemakmuran Bersama 2030 is a commitment to make Malaysia a nation that achieves sustainable growth and fair and equitable distribution across all income groups, ethnicities, regions and supply chains. The commitment is to strengthen political stability, enhance the nation's prosperity and ensure that the Rakyat is united while celebrating ethnic and cultural diversity as the nation state's foundation. 3 objectives are targeted, which are development for all, addressing wealth and income disparities, and united, prosperous and dignified nation. The NACP 2030 formulation also covers the 12th Malaysian Plan, which is the primary framework for national development planning for the year 2021 until 2025, which emphasizes shared prosperity initiative encompassing 3 dimensions, namely economic empowerment, environmental sustainability and social engineering. Therefore, it will drive the long-term direction of the agri-commodity sector, which includes boosting productivity, identifying new commodity sectors and products that can be a game changer as well as a catalyst for COVID-19 post-epidemic economic recovery. The 12th Malaysian Plan, currently in the final phase of preparation, will be launched soon. Allow me to go through with all of you the 5 policy thrusts of the NACP 2030 that reflect the agri-commodity sector's desired outcomes in particular and national priorities and commitments. The first thrust is to lead sustainable production and consumption across the value chain. The NACP 2030 balances the trade-off between developing the agri-commodity sector and protecting the environment. Strategies will support green growth and place sustainability at the forefront of the agri-commodity agenda, including ensuring certification and traceability across the whole value chain. The second thrust focuses on accelerating productivity through R&D and C, innovation and technology application. The reality is that agricultural land for expansion is limited and for some commodities has experienced declining of the planted area. A related concern is labor productivity to mitigate over-reliance on cheap foreign labor, especially for 3D or rather difficult, dirty and dangerous jobs. Public-private partnership will be prioritized to develop viable technology solutions that increases yield and productivity, improve working conditions for the workforce, and expand adoption of mechanization and automation across both upstream and downstream. The third thrust focuses on intensifying value creation through new product applications, product diversity, and increased complexity. Malaysia's competitiveness lies in a higher value added, lower volume downstream activities in niche areas. Malaysia is now known for its strong manufacturing capabilities and matured value chain. Therefore, we should use these as our trump card in ensuring competitiveness and market access. Further opportunities include expansion into agri-commodity related services, including digital technologies. The next task of the NACP 2030 is to expand markets by leveraging the global supply chain. As a trading nation, Malaysia is very much part of the worldwide supply chain. While agri-commodity exports have remained stable, there are always risks, whereby existing market may cease to import Malaysian products, whether due to cheaper available products or low producing countries. Issues such as sustainability and workers' welfare. Diversifying export products and needs will help hedge against these risks. The final thrust of the NACP 2030 aims to increase inclusiveness and ensure fairer wealth distribution. The agri-commodity sector has historically played a key role in poverty eradication or reduction through the smallholder development model. Two other groups which will also be prioritized: the Bumiputra community and the entrepreneurs of the small and medium enterprises, who are underrepresented in the midstream and downstream agri-commodity segments value chain. In short, the NACP 2030 emphasizes the dual objective in developing the agri-commodity sector in Malaysia: sustainability and prosperity. All agri-commodity industry players, from large corporations to smallholders and workers, must share and benefit from the wealth and prosperity created. But this prosperity must not come at the cost of the environment, nor the sector's future viability and the people involved in it. Ladies and gentlemen, a key challenge for the agri-commodity sector is to meet the demand of an increasing global population, while at the same time reducing the environmental impact and preserving natural resources for future generations. We acknowledge without a doubt that agriculture does have significant effects on the environment. While the media will usually hike up the issue of deforestation or pollution and degradation of soil, water and air, agriculture can also positively impact the environment, for instance by trapping greenhouse gases within crops and soils, or mitigating flood risks through the adoption of certain farming practices. Since the Rio Summit in 1992, Malaysia has taken crucial steps and measures in balancing trade and sustainability. Malaysia has been committed to ensuring that at least 50% of the land area are under forest cover. Currently, the total area under forest cover in Malaysia is 55.3%. In retrospect, Malaysia has also voluntarily agreed to cut the GHG emission intensity by 45% by 2030 relative to the emission intensity GDP in 2005 as part of its commitment to COP21. As of 2013, Malaysia has achieved a 33% reduction. Malaysia is proud to be one of the world leaders in sustainable palm oil production. The Malaysian government, through MPIC, is replicating the various environmental measures in palm oil cultivation, which has successfully uplifted the lives of rural communities to other agri-commodity sectors. One of the measures taken by MPIC is the introduction of the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil Certification, or MSPO, in 2015 and making it mandatory starting from January 2020. MPIC views that the MSPO certification scheme as the key to the Amsterdam Declaration, which requires all oil palm shipped into Europe to be certified as sustainably produced by 2020. The MSPO certification scheme aims towards ensuring Malaysian palm oil is sustainably produced and safe for consumption. It also seeks to reduce the industry's social and environmental impacts and help independent and smallholders certify their palm oil for the export market. The certification ensures the country's palm oil industry complies with all international sustainability requirements that encompass the whole supply chain from growers and millers to traders and retailers. To lead the way in sustainable production and consumption across the value chain, MPIC sets a target to maintain at least 95% planted area are certified under the MSPO certification scheme. Malaysian Palm Oil Certification Council (MPOCC) came into operation in October 2015. Since then, MPOCC has been monitoring and reporting the palm oil planted certified MSPO. Currently, the certification of palm oil plantation area under MSPO has achieved 88%, which cover 5.1 million hectares. Due to the rising demand for sustainably produced commodity products globally, Malaysia emphasizes expanding sustainability efforts that complement the coordinated national stance on land use and environmental conservation. To reinforce this goal, efforts will be intensified in increasing the productivity of the commodity in the limited land available for plantation so that Malaysia can fulfill the obligation of maintaining 50% forest cover. The agri-commodity sector will also focus more on new initiatives such as utilization and optimization of idle agricultural land, adoption in good agricultural practices or GAP, and product certification scheme, especially the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil certification. These are to ensure that the growth of commodity crops align to the national sustainable development policies. As a commitment to conserve and manage its forest reserves, MPIC encourages sustainable forest management or SFM through forest certification, which among others include the Malaysian Timber Certification Scheme (MTCS), Program for the Endorsement of Forest Certification (PEFC), and other internationally recognized schemes. These schemes continuously support the trade in timber and timber products that use wood originating from sustainable and legal sources, which take into account the environmental, social, and economic aspects of SFM. As of 22nd October 2020, we have 5.14 million hectares MTC certified forest areas endorsed by the PEFC scheme. In addition to this, Malaysia has established its Timber Legality Assurance System across the region, known as Timber Legality Assurance System for Peninsula or MyTILAS, Sabah Timber Legality Assurance System, Sabah TILAS, and Sarawak Timber Legality Verification System or STLVS. MPIC focuses on putting sustainable policies and practices in the agri-commodity sector, as many countries are gearing towards sustainable development. For instance, the European Union actively promotes sustainability in its law, particularly within the value chain. The European Green Deal is the EU's strategy towards a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy with no net emission of greenhouse gases in 2050. The EU Commission presented an initial roadmap in December 2019 of the key policies and measures needed to achieve the European Green Deal. These include boosting European industry competitiveness, ensuring a just transition for the regions and workers affected, preserving the natural environment and biodiversity of Europe, a farm-to-fork strategy for sustainable food, and a new circular economy action plan. All EU actions and policies will have to contribute to the European Green Deal objectives. As you all know, the EU Green Deal brings Malaysia to a stage where it hinders trading businesses. However, the European Union is one of Malaysia's most significant trading partners. I would like to bring to your attention that MPIC played an important role in mitigating this issue on behalf of the Malaysian government. We have urged the EU to observe the principles of fairness, transparency and non-discrimination in the formulation of its legislative, including regulatory and non-regulatory measures and proposals. This is to safeguard and ensure a global level playing field for international trading of commodities. We have also urged the EU to consider the significant progress achieved by Malaysia sustainable palm oil production plus forest and biodiversity conservation efforts. Even though this industry is facing criticism, Malaysia will stand firm on its commitments to show the world this industry will remain highly sustainable. Malaysia is trying its best to balance developing the industry and protecting the environment in line with the national and international standards. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution, or IR 4.0. It is characterized by a fusion of technologies blurring the lines between the physical, digital and biological spheres. We are indeed standing on the brink of a technological revolution that will fundamentally alter how we live, work and relate to one another. Due to the fourth industrial revolution, many countries have initiated different national plans towards a new industrial revolution. Malaysia has launched the National Policy on Industry 4.0 or Industry Forward to increase Malaysia's competitiveness. The Industry Forward is a pivotal step as Malaysia seeks to strengthen its ongoing structural reforms to become a developed, equitable, sustainable and inclusive nation. Technology is the key enabler for Industry 4.0. Undoubtedly has a tremendous influence on agri-commodity. However, how can it apply to the plantation industries and commodities such as palm oil, rubber, timber, cocoa, or pepper? Take palm oil for instance. The palm oil industry has always been a significant contributor to the Malaysian economy after the electrical and electronic sector. According to the Department of Statistics Malaysia, DOSM, total exports of Malaysian palm oil and palm-based products in 2020 generated 73.2 billion ringgit revenue, or 48.68% of the total export of commodity and commodity-based products. Besides palm oil and its downstream derivatives in 2020, has been Malaysia's single largest commodity earner, contributing about 3.6% or to a value of 48.3 billion to Malaysia's gross domestic product. Thus, to progress while remaining globally competitive and relevant, the palm oil industry must adopt and equip itself with technologies and innovation. Aligned towards Industry 4.0 and the effort to protect the environment and promote sustainability, the Malaysian government is committed to using green technology. Green technology is the emerging technology in sustainable livelihood and poverty alleviation by reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities, carbon emissions and pollution, and enhancing energy and resource efficiency and preventing the loss of biodiversity ecosystem services in Malaysia. As I have mentioned earlier in my speech, Malaysia has been promoting sustainable oil palm cultivation through enforcing the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil Certification Scheme and developing sustainable green technology comparable to many other countries. There is a link between MSPO and Industry 4.0. Through its 7 principles, MSPO addresses the environmental, social and economic aspects of palm oil production, cultivation and processing methods, protecting forests and wildlife, safeguarding workers' welfare and safety, and providing a living wage. On the other hand, Industry 4.0 also addresses many issues concerning businesses, including the environment, health and safety of the workforce, waste management, efficiency in managing supply chains, resources and delivery systems. The growth potential is limitless, but all boils down to the knowledge of the application. For instance, Sciendabi has built a pilot mill with several sensors, controllers and a near-infra spectrophotometer. This plant also incorporates supervisory control and data acquisition technology, which is presently not widely used in palm oil mill and will bring the industry up to 3.0 and potentially industry 4.0 level. Next, the government will ensure the Malaysian rubber industry aggressively continues R&D in continuously enhancing the latex harvesting technology to help develop innovative systems to ensure the sustainability of the Malaysian rubber industry. Overall, the significance of IR 4.0 in agri-commodity for all commodities, especially in the plantation area, reduces our dependency on foreign labor. However, we acknowledge that this is not an easy feat at all. Thus, as a part of our way forward to align with this revolution, we will encourage the private sector to increase automation and mechanization in the plantation, leading to increased productivity and reduced dependence on low-skilled workers. The initiative to support these strategies, as stated in our National Policy on Industry 4.0, are accelerate the readiness and adoption of IR 4.0 by providing effective training to smallholders and accelerate the transfer of new technology directly to research and development through collaboration with research institutions. I firmly believe if all the efforts shown by each of the commodity sectors in support of those strategies would enable the agri-commodity industry to move into Industry 4.0 and along the way contribute to fulfilling Malaysia's commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. To conclude, as a sector that accounts for 6.3% of the gross domestic product, we are responsible for ensuring that its relevance and sustainability are undiminished. Moving towards Industry 4.0, this is an opportunity for Malaysia to develop the future plantation industries and commodities. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia practices an open door policy to work with international fora, government agencies, academicians, research institutes, industry players and businesses to ensure the agri-commodity industry develop progressively and sustainably. We also realize that we have to work with many stakeholders, harnessing the potential of ICTs in Industry 4.0, especially in the automation and mechanization in the plantation. This transformation will not take effect unless we take the first step, and our strategy has to be right. I hope this International Plantation Conference will be a regular platform to continuously empower the management of plantation and commodities at the national and international level through its objectives. Also wish to take this opportunity to record my sincere gratitude towards the joint effort by the organizer, co-organizers, agencies and all participants to make this conference a success. With this, I hereby launch the second International Plantation Conference and I wish you all a successful deliberation. Thank you.
Sawit, nama yang cukup berharga. Minyak diperolehi, didagangkan ke dunia. Minyak sawit penuh nutrisi. Ketahanannya pasti di suhu tinggi. Kini tampil mampan berkualiti. Inilah sawit penuh keunggulan. Inilah sawit anugerah Tuhan.
gentlemen, we are proud to announce the winners of the Best Paper Award. The first paper is entitled Cadmium Uptake by Coconut Palm and its Absorption on Soil in Ionic Medium by Muhammad Khalid Fatima Nadisha, Coconut Research Institute, Sri Lanka, Anoma Janaki Mohoti, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Paradena, Sri Lanka, and Namal Priyanta, Faculty of Science, University of Paradena, Sri Lanka. The second paper is entitled Phytochemical Screening and Antioxidant Activity of Melastoma malabathricum and Chromolena odorata by DPPH Radical Scavenging Method by Nurul Hana Ismail, Nur Amira Hamid, Wan Zuraida Wan Muhammad Zain, Siti Nur Anisah Ani, Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, University Technology Mara, Cawangan, Melaka, Malaysia, and Siti Nur Hajar Mat Latif, Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, University Technology Mara, Shah Alam, Malaysia. And last but not least is a paper entitled The Contents Availability of N, P, K, and Mg in Empty Fruit Composting of Oil Palms with Symbiont Bacteria from Rhinoceros Beetle Larvae by Febrianti Sari Dewi Sitanggang, Marhani, and Jonathan Ginting, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Sumatra Utara, Indonesia. Congratulations to all winners.
Congratulations to all recipients of Best Paper Awards. For your information, only papers authored by postgraduate students as the main authors are qualified to be considered for the Best Paper Award of IPC 2021. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ravi Mutaya, Secretary General, Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities Malaysia, for the opening speech and keynote address. We believe that the facts and figures shared by Yang Berbahagia Dato' in his keynote address are valuable information to many researchers. And now, to record this momentous occasion, we would like to invite all present here today for a photography session. Please turn on your camera or your video and stay where you are with the widest smile for 15 to 20 seconds for our crew to make some screenshots. So please take the cue from our crew, Hazri. Hazri, are you ready?
Okay. Firstly, thank you, Dato'. You able to be here today. I saw your name. Thank you,
Yeah,
Dato'.
just for a moment, I have to go after this.
Yeah. Good.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank
you.
you. He's
Congratulations
very good
on your
temper just
event.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I met you in the office that day.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And the dean also is here.
Yeah.
So can everyone show your face so that we can capture the photo? I'll still see a few names. Okay, Dr. Nurkusina, Puan Rohana, who else? We have, as of now, 140, 140 participants, which is very good. Who else? Hazri, are you ready, Hazri? Dr. Darius, your photo. Okay, let me check others, yeah. Because we are going to share this photo later after the conference. And we are glad that Dato' is also around here today. Or else maybe you can share your photo later on, then our technical team will add on, yeah, for those who are in this conference. Okay, Ezri, over to you.
Okay, ready all? Okay, ready? 1, 2, wait, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
No freestyle there?
Wait, 6 page. 1, 2, 3. Okay, freestyle please. 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Freestyle 1, 2, 3, and last 1, 2. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you everyone for your cooperation. And since Dato' Ravi is with us today, Dato', would you like to give us a few words?
Very good morning to all those who are present, professors and doctors and also lecturers on board here. So I think sustainability has been something that has been recently or in the past few years been mainstream. So it is a very important aspect of everything that we do. And as you know, more countries are moving towards incorporating sustainability in their way of doing businesses, and of recent is the EU market, and so we want to tell the EU and other countries that Malaysia is serious about its commitment towards sustainability, and as such we don't want countries having a wrong perception about Malaysia. So especially on the case of oil palm, and as you know, we will be having consultations with the EU under the dispute settlement mechanism under the WTO, and even our the Honorable Prime Minister himself is actively involved in this WTO consultation. So this is indeed very timely event where your focus is on sustainability approach, where you need to incorporate this across all sectors. So I hope today's conference will throw more light and propose more ideas and how we can go about doing it. So what's important is taking the step, right? No matter how small is the step, but it's the step towards something, and that's what we want to tell the world. So it is unfair if developing countries like this part of the world are not given any recognition for their effort. So, and here we have constraints in terms of resources, in terms of the level of development, and making the smallholders, the small farmers understand the concept of sustainability. So it is a challenge for us. So the ministry is working towards this. In our soon to be announced National Agri-Commodity Policy, in fact, sustainability is one of the 5 thrusts that we will be focusing on. So I think that will do for this morning, and wish all fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much for having me online. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Dato' Ravi Mutaya, for your encouraging words. I think everybody here share the same idea about sustainability and how we should go forward with the practice in plantation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, besides oral presentations, we also have poster presentations, and we have 14 posters altogether, and you are invited to view the posters using the link shared in the chat section. So our crew will share the link, so you can view it anytime you are free to do. So today we will have 2 plenary sessions and parallel session 1, and tomorrow we will have another 2 plenary sessions and parallel session 2 and 3. So we encourage all presenters and participants to refer to the program book regularly for schedules and Zoom link to the conference room or to the venue. And now we would like to introduce the chairman for plenary sessions and session chairs on duty for the parallel sessions. Okay, the chairman for plenary session 1 and 2 is Associate Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Saili from the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, University Technology Maras, Cawangan, Sarawak. Dr. Abdul Rahman, are you here?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Abdul Rahman is here. So we move on to the parallel session later at 2 p.m. today. The session chairs on duty are Dr. Siti Maslizah Abdul Rahman from the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM Melaka. Dr. Siti Maslizah is here.
Yeah, I'm here. Right. Good morning, all of
Okay.
you. Right.
Good morning, Doctor. So Dr. Maslizah is on duty at room 1, and at room 2 we have Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Huzairi Haji Razali. Dr. Huzairi is also from the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM Melaka. Okay, and tomorrow, 10 March 2021, the chairperson for plenary session 3 and 4 is Associate Professor Dr. Siti Nurhaja Matlatif. Okay, also from Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, Cawangan, UiTM Melaka. And session chairs for parallel session 2 are Dr. Alexius Koram from the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM Sabah, and Technologies Dr. Selva Kumar, anak lelaki KN Vayapuri from the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM Melaka. And later, at parallel session 3, we have 2 more session chairs, which is Technologies Dr. Zaitun Sapak. Okay, Dr. Zaitun is here. And Dr. Nur Kursina Bol Kasim. Both of them are from the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM Melaka. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short break until 11 a.m. And we wish to thank our distinguished guest, Datuk Ravi Mutaya, and all present here today. In the meantime, while you enjoy your break, at the comfort of your own office or your own home, please watch a campaign advert entitled Sawit Anugerah Tuhan, or All Palm is God's Gift, by the Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities. And when you come back at 11 a.m., please join us again at this room. So thank you very much, and I see you later. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Sebagai pemula acara, marilah kita bersama-sama mengaminkan bacaan doa bagi memberkati majlis kita pada hari ini. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma innaka ta'lamu anna hadhil qulub qad ijtama'at ala mahabbatik wal taqat ala ta'atik wa tawahhadat ala da'watik wa ta'ahadat ala nasrati syariatik. Fawathiqillah marabitataha wa adimuddaha wa ahliha subulaha wa amla'ha binurika alladhi la yakhbu washrah suduraha bifaidil imani bik wa jamilit tawakkuli alaik wa ahyiha bima'rifatik wa amitha ala syahadati fi sabilik innaka ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir. Allahumma inna na'udzubika minal barasi wal jununi wal juzami wa min sayyi'il asqam. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Semoga majlis kita pada hari ini berjalan dengan lancar dan dilimpahi dengan keberkatannya. Yang dihormati, yang berhormat Datuk Dr. Muhammad Khairuddin Amal Razali, Menteri Perusahaan Perdagangan dan Komoditi, serta para penonton yang dihormati sekalian yang sama-sama menyaksikan majlis hari ini secara maya. Selamat datang ke majlis pelancaran maya kempen sawit Anugerah Tuhan. Wow! Alhamdulillah, sama-sama kita memanjatkan setinggi-tinggi syukur kehadrat Allah Azza wa Jal kerana dengan izinnya kita dapat bersama-sama berkumpul pada hari ini secara maya. Saya, Amin Idris, pengacara anda pada hari ini merakamkan jutaan terima kasih atas kesudian anda meluangkan masa untuk menyaksikan majlis pelancaran secara maya pada hari ini. Allah Azza wa Jal telah berfirman dalam Quran, ba'da a'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim, huwallazi khalaqalakum ma fil ardi jami'a. Dialah Tuhan yang menciptakan bumi ini untuk kita semua. Tanah sawit seluas pandangan, bunganya mekar pemberi rezeki. Lambaian tangan mengalu kedatangan, hadirnya Tuhan bertambah seri. Untuk mengetahui tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati, kempen sawit Anugerah Tuhan merupakan satu inisiatif strategik Kementerian Perusahaan, Perdagangan dan Komoditi untuk meningkatkan kesedaran terhadap sumbangan minyak sawit Malaysia dalam pembangunan sosioekonomi negara serta mempromosikan kemampanan industri minyak sawit Malaysia. Tidak dinafikan, buah sawit merupakan suntikan rahmat buat negara dan rakyat. Jika kita mengimbas kembali, industri minyak sawit telah memainkan peranan yang penting dalam mengukuhkan pembangunan ekonomi negara. Hari ini, Malaysia merupakan pengeluar minyak sawit yang kedua tertinggi di dunia. Selain menerajui transformasi mampan bagi industri ini, kempen ini akan memberi tumpuan kepada usaha memperkasakan pembangunan para pekebun kecil bagi meningkatkan hasil pengeluaran dan seterusnya pendapatan. Majlis pada hari ini juga akan menyaksikan pelancaran maya kempen sawit Anugerah Tuhan serta peraduan dalam talian sempena kempen ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati, bagi meneruskan majlis pada hari ini, saya dengan segala hormat mempersilakan Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Muhammad Khairuddin Amal Razali, Menteri Perusahaan Perdagangan dan Komoditi, untuk menyampaikan ucapannya dan seterusnya menyempurnakan majlis perasmian kempen sawit Anugerah Tuhan. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan juga selamat tengah hari. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wal aqibatu lil muttaqin wa la 'udwana illa 'alal zalimin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man da'a bi da'watihi wastanna bi sunnati ila yaumiddin, amma ba'd. Faqala ta'ala ba'da a'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Afara'aytum ma tahrusun antum tazra'unahu am nahnu zari'un. Allah Ta'ala berfirman dalam surah Al-Waqi'ah. Maksudnya, tidakkah kamu lihat apa yang kamu sedang tanam? Adakah kamu yang menanamnya atau kami, itu Tuhan, yang sebenar-benar menanamnya? Sadaqallahul azim. Segala puji dan syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Kerana atas limpah kurnianya pada hari ini kita dapat bersama-sama di majlis pelancaran maya kempen sawit Anugerah Tuhan. Terlebih dahulu, saya ingin mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih dan sekalum penghargaan kepada pihak penganjur. Itu Majlis Minyak Sawit Malaysia yang merealisasikan pelancaran kempen sawit Anugerah Tuhan pada hari ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sawit bukanlah tanaman asli di Malaysia. Ia telah dibawa masuk daripada wilayah Afrika Barat pada tahun 1870-an sebagai tanaman hiasan. Di sini, sawit hanya boleh ditanam secara komersial di ladang Tanah Maram, Selangor untuk mendapatkan minyaknya, iaitu minyak sawit yang kita kenali pada hari ini, pada tahun 1917. Semenjak detik sejarah inilah, penanaman sawit secara komersial di Malaysia mula menyerancak, terutamanya pada tahun 1960-an, lalu berkembang menjadi satu industri yang sangat penting bagi negara. Genap 104 tahun kemudiannya, Malaysia hari ini dikenali sebagai negara pengusaha dan pengeksport minyak sawit terkemuka di dunia, di mana minyak sawit dan produk-produknya boleh ditemui di lebih 70 buah negara di seluruh dunia. Dalam senario tempatan, peranan minyak sawit terhadap pembangunan sosioekonomi di negara ini telah didokumentasikan dengan baik. Saya pasti anda semua mengetahui kisah Felda yang telah mengambil golongan miskin di luar bandar sebagai pekebun kecil untuk mengusahakan tanaman sawit dalam skim pembangunan tanah-tanah rancangan pada tahun 1960-an. Ini diikuti dengan penubuhan skim pembangunan tanah yang serupa seperti oleh Fekra, Kesedar dan Sakra yang meluaskan jangkauan ke lebih banyak lokasi di seluruh negara dan menjana lebih banyak peluang pekerjaan untuk golongan miskin ini. Hari ini alhamdulillah, kira-kira 450,000 pekebun kecil dan keluarga mereka bergantung pada tanaman sawit ini untuk hidup. Peranan industri sawit bukan hanya menyediakan peluang-peluang pekerjaan kepada rakyat, tetapi ia juga adalah salah satu penyumbang pendapatan utama negara. Pada tahun 2020, industri minyak sawit Malaysia menjana sekitar RM72.8 bilion melalui ekspor minyak sawit dan juga produk-produknya ke pasaran antarabangsa. Jumlah ini jauh lebih tinggi, kira-kira 14.18% lebih tinggi berbanding RM63.73 bilion yang dicatatkan pada tahun 2019. Bahkan tertinggi semenjak tahun 2017, iaitu hanya RM77.9 bilion. Status industri sawit sebagai salah satu daripada 4 penyumbang terbesar ekonomi di Malaysia selama 15 hingga 18 tahun kebelakang ini membuktikan bahawa industri minyak sawit sangat penting kepada negara kecil yang membangun seperti Malaysia. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, industri sawit juga memainkan peranan yang sangat penting dalam menangani situasi pandemik yang dihadapi dengan pada ketika ini. Sabun dan pencuci yang merupakan antara medium terpenting sebagai pembasmi virus COVID-19 adalah diperbuat daripada minyak sawit. Bahan asas alkohol pembersih tangan yang digunakan secara meluas untuk menghapuskan virus tersebut juga boleh dihasilkan dengan minyak sawit. Secara langsung, penggunaan produk berdasarkan sawit juga telah membuka peluang perniagaan kepada pengusaha farmaseutical pada waktu ini. Dan ketika yang mencabar ini, menyedari hak inilah Kementerian Perusahaan Perdagangan dan Komoditi telah mengambil inisiatif menyempurnakan pelancaran kempen sawit Anugerah Tuhan pada 19 November yang lalu. Kempen ini bertujuan memberi kesedaran dan juga menyemai perasaan bangga dan penghargaan ke atas sumbangan besar minyak sawit pada negara kita selama ini. Diteraju oleh Majlis Minyak Sawit Malaysia MPOC, kempen ini akan menumpukan peranan minyak sawit dalam pembangunan sosioekonomi, pemakanan, kesihatan dan farmaseutical, pemulihan alam sekitar serta industri makanan dan bukan makanan. Sememangnya sawit anugerah Tuhan. Ia memberi manfaat bukan hanya pada manusia, malah juga haiwan. Daripada akar sehingga ke pucuk, dari batang pokok hingga ke pelepahnya dan juga daun, pada buah termasuk isi dan sabut. Semuanya memberi manfaat kepada manusia dan haiwan pada pemakanannya, malah juga pada kesihatan dan farmaseutical. Dalam kempen ini, pelbagai aktiviti promosi yang menggalakkan perlibatan semua lapisan masyarakat Malaysia serta menggabungkan elemen pendidikan, tarikan visual, nilai estetik serta penggunaan media sosial akan dilaksanakan sehingga ke penghujung tahun 2021. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, adalah menjadi hasrat saya untuk melihat kempen sawit anugerah Tuhan ini berjaya mencapai sasarannya. Kita yakin menerusi kempen yang baik dan tersusun, semua orang pasti menerima fakta-fakta tentang minyak sawit dan mengakui pelbagai manfaatnya kepada pembangunan ekonomi dan sosial, kesihatan dan pemulihan alam sekitar serta biokepelbagaian. Kempen sebegini adalah permulaan yang baik untuk kita mencapai sasaran tersebut. Rakyat kita pasti menjadi benteng bagi melindungi komoditi pertahanan utama negara kita ini. Sebagai permulaan untuk kita mengajak dunia bersama-sama kita memperjuangkan hakikat bahawa sawit adalah anugerah Tuhan untuk alam. Saya juga berharap orang ramai akan mengambil kesempatan melalui kempen ini untuk berlumba-lumba mendapatkan maklumat yang tepat di samping mengenali minyak sawit kita dengan lebih dekat lagi. Dengan pelbagai manfaat dan kebaikan yang dimilikinya, minyak sawit merupakan satu anugerah yang tidak ternilai dan perlu kita lindungi sepanjang masa. Seperti yang semua sedia maklum, pelancaran maya kempen Sawit Anugerah Tuhan ini adalah berlainan berbanding acara-acara yang diadakan oleh pihak kementerian sebelum ini. Adalah menjadi tanggungjawab kami menjaga SOP yang wajib dipatuhi, seperti yang telah ditetapkan oleh kerajaan supaya menjadi contoh yang baik kepada masyarakat. Dengan itu, dalam melaksanakan program ini dalam era norma baru, kebanyakan aktiviti berkaitan kempen Sawit Anugerah Tuhan akan diadakan dalam talian dan juga secara maya. Sehubungan dengan itu, satu laman seseorang khas telah disediakan untuk tujuan tersebut. Di kesempatan ini, saya dengan besar hati memperkenalkan laman sawar www.sawit.com.my kepada para hadirin sekalian dan rakyat Malaysia keseluruhannya. Saya menyeru orang ramai supaya melayari laman sawar ini untuk mendapatkan maklumat tentang minyak sawit Malaysia serta mengikuti perkembangan semasa aktiviti-aktiviti yang dijalankan semasa kempen ini. Di samping itu, orang ramai juga boleh menyertai peraduan dalam talian Sawit Anugerah Tuhan di laman sawar ini untuk menilai pengetahuan dan kefahaman mereka tentang minyak sawit Malaysia di samping berpeluang memenangi pelbagai hadiah menarik yang disediakan. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sebelum mengakhiri ucapan ini, saya ingin pesan kepada anda semua supaya sentiasa berwaspada dengan ancaman virus COVID-19 yang sedang kita hadapi ketika ini. Jadikan amalan penjagaan sosial, memakai pelitup muka dan kerap basuh tangan sebagai rutin dan norma baru kehidupan seharian. Saya juga berdoa agar kita semua terlindung dan terselamat daripada ancaman virus pembunuh ini di sepanjang masa. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Mari kita sama-sama saksikan video pelancaran kempen serta laman web rasmi Sawit Anugerah Tuhan.
Asalnya Nun dari Afrika Barat, tiba di Melaya dengan nilai tersirat. Mulanya menawan menghiasi laman, semakin menyerlah dengan tukaran zaman. Sawit, nama yang cukup berharga. Minyak diperolehi didagangkan ke dunia. Minyak sawit penuh nutrisi. Ketahanannya pasti di suhu tinggi. Juadah lazat rasanya asli. Hadirnya tidak mudah ditandingi. Kini tampil mampan berkualiti. Sungguh gah sumbangan ekonomi. Inilah sawit membawa untung. Ribuan pekebun tumpang bergantung. Syukur dilimpahi rezeki berpanjangan. Anak-anak menimba ilmu, menempa kejayaan. Dengan kajian dan penyelidikan berterusan, sawit dihargai untuk pelbagai kegunaan. Daripada barangan bukan makanan hingga kesejahteraan tubuh badan, sawit nadi kehidupan Malaysia. Industri sawit adalah milik kita. Inilah sawit penuh keunggulan. inilah sawit anugerah Tuhan.
Maka dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya merasmikan kempen Sawit Anugerah Tuhan. Semoga program ini akan berjalan lancar.
Para penonton dalam talian yang dihormati sekalian, majlis dengan sukacitanya ingin memperkenalkan laman web rasmi kempen Sawit Anugerah Tuhan iaitu di www.sawit.com.my. Saya bagi pihak penganjur majlis menjemput anda semua agar meluangkan masa melayari laman web rasmi di www.sawit.com.my untuk mengetahui dengan lebih lanjut tentang kelebihan minyak sawit serta sumbangannya terhadap pembangunan mampan negara. Bak kata pepatah Melayu, tak kenal maka tak cinta. Laman web rasmi ini merupakan sumber maklumat tentang minyak sawit Malaysia dan kempen Sawit Anugerah Tuhan. Pada masa yang sama, kami berharap anda juga mengambil kesempatan untuk menyertai peraduan dalam talian Sawit Anugerah Tuhan bagi menguji tahap pengetahuan tentang minyak sawit Malaysia. Anda berpeluang memenangi pelbagai hadiah yang menarik seperti iPad, jam tangan pintar Garmin, earbud, voucher makanan dan lain-lain. Pada masa yang sama, rebutlah peluang untuk memenangi hadiah utama iaitu sebuah komputer riba MacBook Pro yang terbaru. Para penonton dalam talian yang setia bersama kami, berakhirlah sudah majlis perasmian pada hari ini. Ribuan terima kasih pada semua pihak yang menjayakan majlis kita pada hari ini. Jangan lupa layari laman web rasmi kempen Sawit Anugerah Tuhan di www.sawit.com.my dan buat akhirnya, bunga seroja di atas cemara, jatuh sekuntum di atas para. Andai kata tersilap bicara, kemaafan jua yang kami pinta. Sekian daripada saya, Amin Idris. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. By the way, the advert just now regarding the prices not apply for this conference. Yeah, just to let you know. Okay, we're gonna have a short break. Then we will resume back about 10:50 a.m. which will be handled by Associate Professor Dr. Rahman. And then just to remind everyone, in the chat section, we have a poster presentation. So you can view the poster from the link, and you have any question, we can direct the question to the authors in the list. Okay, enjoy your break and see you shortly. Bye-bye.
So, apa?
Jesus, can you hear me?
Yes, Prof. I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have 113 participants so far, which is good. Maybe we wait some more to come. Then then you can proceed, yeah, Prof.
All right. Thank you.
Ni dah mandi ke? Dah mandi ke? Lupa nak cuci punya baju lah.
So, hi everyone. I think everyone is ready for the plenary session. So with that, I hand over the session to Prof. Rahman. Over to you, Prof. Rahman.
Okay. Thank you, Jesus. Right. I think everybody is here, right? So we can start now. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Right, my name is Abdurrahman Saili. I will be chairing the plenary session. Okay, firstly, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of the organizer. So if you can see from the program that we have a lot to get through today. So we will try to stick to the time allocated, yeah. However, for this plenary session, due to unavoidable circumstances, so both speeches will be delivered by video recording. Okay, now let's move on to the first speaker. Introducing the first speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Yang Berbahagia Dr. Ahmad Parvez Gulam Kadir, Director General, Malaysian Palm Oil Board. Okay, Dr. Ahmad Parvez is currently the Director General of Malaysian Palm Oil Board, MPOB, effective from 10 August 2019. He was appointed as a Fellow of Academic Science Malaysia in 2016 and member of National Biosafety Board 2020 till 2022. He sits on various other boards as well. So Dr. Ahmad Parvez was born in Taiping, Perak, and obtained his degree, Bachelor of Science from UKM in Genetics, Master of Science UKM in Molecular Genetics, and PhD in Plant Genetic Engineering. He has 32 years of experience in plant molecular biology, genetic engineering, and biosafety. All right, he developed world first transgenic oil palm in 1997. His interest is in genetic modification of oil palm, biosafety of living modified organism, and oil palm sustainability. All right, without further ado, let's get started with the topic, Malaysian palm oil industry challenges in the era of COVID-19 and the way forward, taking into account MSPO and RSPO.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to present talk entitled Malaysian Palm Oil Industry Challenges in the Era of COVID-19 and the Way Forward, taking into account MSPO as well as RSPO certification. Okay, so the outline of my presentation, of course, there's a brief introduction, and then we will have the look at the Malaysian palm oil industry during COVID-19, and then what are the challenges faced by the industry. We are focusing more on the MSPO, RSPO certification, and then we look at other challenges faced by the industry, and then we look at the end and on the way forward as well as the conclusion. How do we look and make sure the sustainability of our industry in the long run? And as an introduction, I think everybody knows that we had the MCO last year. It started in since December 2019 when the they call the Wuhan virus, when we have the what you call the COVID-19 happening in China, then slowly it starts spreading and whole world. And of course, Malaysia, we started with our first MCO on the 18th of March last year. And we're going after a few rounds of MCO, then we relax a bit on the CMCO, somewhere in June. And then later we have the more, what we call the RMCO, or the Recovery Movement Control Order, which is there for a while until then suddenly, due to whatever reason that we know, then the number of cases start increasing again drastically and with 4 digits. And so that's where I think on the 14th of January, again, we have the second MCO. Then now we are just basically, this week we are now basically just started the, for depending on where you are, if you are in Selangor, in this Klang Valley, so we are now under the, what we call CMCO, but there are some states under the RMCO, at least for the next, for this 2 weeks. And what's interesting is that, I mean, of course, a lot of measures has been in place about social distancing, implementing of SOPs, and this definitely affected a lot of industry. And of course, palm oil industry is no exemption, so we are also affected. So in general, I think palm oil sector was found to be less affected by the COVID-19. And I think what also happened is that we play a lot of roles. Of course, later we'll look at how the effect on the industry, but the most important, during this pandemic, during the MCO, MPOB has a lot of role to play. In fact, we've been start issuing letters to licensees saying that they are allowed to operate during the MCOs, and of course later CMCO and RMCO, and of course certain state where they have suddenly the EMCO and whatnot. So we issue specific letters for specific places, and then for all the licensees to allow them to move and do their work. I think together with industry, we also issue the we provide SOP for the especially for the plantation as well as the millers. How do they maintain their social distance and follow the SOP during the operation to ensure that there's no spread of COVID-19. And we also liaise with the Majlis Keselamatan Negara as well as the MITI to allow some of these companies who are not allowed to operate during the first round of MCO previously, because they are supporting services like mechanics and certain providing certain material for the industry. I mean for the mill and whatnot, even maintenance of the plantation. So we basically helps those supporting services to get the approval for them to operate during those period. And we also provide the industry with updates to ensure that, I mean, the COVID-19 doesn't really affect much the industry, or at least the effect on the industry will be very minimum. So this is what MPOB been doing in terms of assisting the industry. And well, how does the industry actually progress during COVID-19? So if we look at our performance last year, we can see that of course, our basically the planted area have reduced a bit. Our CPO production, even though with the shortage of labor, towards the end we have a lot of monsoon and whatnot, but still I think we have seen that the production reduced a bit by around, from 19.86 the year before to 19.14. Basically, we reduced by 0.72 million tons, sorry. And this has contributed to around 3.6% reduction. Of course, our yield as well, in terms of FFB, average yield is also reduced by 2.7%. And our OER also, unfortunately, most of these parameters, they are all affected due to shortage of labor, due to MCO. There's a lot, at the beginning of MCO, there's a lot of issue with movement and whatnot, and then the supplies and whatnot. So that means these all production, yield, OER, and these are all affected. And of course, the imports affected a bit. And of course, the export also affected, especially at the beginning of the first 4 or 5 months when a lot of what we call lockdown in the world. So this is where it happened. However, our export were reduced by around 5.8% or 1.07 million ton. And we look at the closing stock. This is expected because of the production was low, and towards the end we also have higher export towards the end. And also I think the production and export are really affected. So that's why I think our stock was reduced quite significantly. From 2.01 to 1.27 million ton. So this is a reduction of 37%. And of course, the good news is that when everything is low, the demand is still there, and we can see the price of CPO has been improving. And you can see for last year the increase by 606 ringgit, which is equivalent to around 29% increase. So that is a very good news for the industry. And of course, in terms of export revenue, even though the export was reduced in terms of quantity, but we talk about value because of the higher price. So we have an increase of around 5.7 billion, which is equivalent to an increase of 8.4. So that's the good news about the performance of the industry. And we look at the situation during the COVID. You can see at the beginning of the year when the border was closed, of course the plantations start adapting to the new norms, and we can see the borders start closing beginning of the year, and it also affect our labor. So that's where also, when we close our border, our laborers who are already back to their country, they couldn't come back to our country, and that's where it affect our labor. And you can see at the beginning, around basically in the yellow circle there, you can see up to around April, where all this lockdown happening, and our basically and without the labor. So we start with very low amount of production, then slowly start picking up. And of course, we have a higher production last year compared to 2019 during the June, July, August, September period. But overall, if we can see that, the what you call the production, or basically has been reduced by 0.72 million tons, or equivalent to basically 3.6%. So it's very marginal, basically effect on the production. And again, we're looking at stock condition. Well, due to the lockdown as well, we can see the stock slightly increased. It touches around 2 million ton somewhere in April, May, due to the lockdown. But later we can see that when borders start open, people start importing again. We start exporting our palm oil, and later starting July, when the government introduced the Penjana duty exemption for export, and this is where we can see our exports start going up. Production also does not really help. So at the end, we can see a drop in our stock by 0.7 million ton, or equivalent to 37%. So this is what happened. And obviously, it was, I mean, in terms of export as well, you can see the January to May because of the lockdown. So that's why I think our export was low, and of course our production was also basically low. So, but then later I think we can see when starting May, June, when the borders start been opening, and that's where we can see the exports start picking up, and we can see somewhere in June, July, where we have the highest amount of export at that time. And later, it start plateau. And I think somewhere in July, when the government allow for the what we call exemption, tax exemption for the export duty exemption, under Penjana. So that's where the exports are picking up. Obviously, we can see in October it's quite high, but then suddenly it's dropped in November. This mainly, I think, we look in September, October is where India they start buying a lot also for their Deepawali festival, and of course Deepawali is in November, and so that's why it dropped. But I think somewhere around 27 November, the government of India also basically reduced the import duty of CPO. So that's where I think by around 10%, and we can see somewhere between November and December. Basically, starting December, it pick up again, where more export of CPO and other what we call other products, palm oil product, start increasing somewhere in December. So I think overall we can see that the total reduction of our export is around 1.07 million, or is basically only 5.8%. So this is how it affect our export. And I think the most obvious is on the CPO price. Of course, I think on the 25th of February recently, I think the price has gone up to 4,013 ringgit 50 cents, and that was the highest since 2008. But what we have seen last year during the first 5 months, due to the what we call the lockdown, where our stocks start going up, and that's why I think the price will start going down from 3,000. It goes down to around 2,074, the lowest in May 2020 due to the demand. But later, as we know, due to the opening and then more export, so that's what we can see. All the sentiment, export improving, stock very low, and then marginal production. So finally, we can see that the price has increased. So overall, basically, we increased by 606 ringgit, or 29%. So, and you can see the red color line, basically throughout the year, the price was always higher than the year before. So that's the price situation. And of course, what are the challenges faced by the industry? So I think, of course, our main topic today, we are going to talk about the sustainability and certification. So we are looking at MSPO and RSPO, two of these major that been basically implemented in Malaysia. And basically, there are emergence of sustainable palm oil standards for industry. Of course, we have the MSPO since 2015, and then Indonesia also have their own Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil, and the earlier one was actually the what we call RSPO. They were established much earlier in 2006, and that is more like for business to business. And to me, they are more like controlling it's more like a cartel. Basically, it's controlling the supply basically from the producer as well as the buyer. So that's how they maintain and their business. And of course, they started earlier, and we were going to compare MSPO RSPO next. And basically, we also have the ISCC. Basically, this is more for biofuel, and there's a lot of our industry also complying to this. And we also have the Roundtable Sustainable Biomaterial. So this, I'm sure in the future there are more will be there, because it's always the buyers will make sure that they want all the sustainable, and they will come up with all these what we call certifications to fulfill their needs. And so basically the objective of our MSPO is basically, as we know, that it's a national standard on sustainability, and it's applicable to all categories from oil palm growers, smallholders, medium, large, mill, and later we also have the supply chain to look at the whole industry. And then you comply with the Malaysian laws and ratify international agreement and convention. So I mean, in Malaysia we have basically for oil palm industry there are almost like 60 laws and regulations that we have to comply, and then ensuring the oil palm growers in Malaysia are sustainably certified. Now we have more than 80% of oil palm that planted in Malaysia, they are certified, especially the independent smallholder, where we will go to discuss more about them. And also I think the standard was based on a balanced 3 pillars of sustainability. We're talking about profit, planet, and people. So these are the 3 pillars. And so let's see what's the difference. Obviously, I think RSPO was established much earlier, and compared to MSPO in 2015, and then it became mandatory in 2020. And then they are basically we're looking at about the criteria and principle and criteria. RSPO seems to have more, but basically their additional principles are basically already reflected in our MSPO principles. And I think the thing is that, of course, now the MSPO, we are in the process of revising it and to make it even what we call more effective, and then try to look at what are the weaknesses that we can improve to make sure it is more what we call practical for the country. Compared to RSPO, I think it's they keep on changing their goalposts. They're always making more difficult, stringent, and more stringent. So I mean, it's very difficult. That's why I think only the big players can hear them and try to get their certification, but not all. Basically, most of the small estate and worse, the smallholders, it's very difficult for them to be certified. And of course, our MSPO is specific for Malaysia, and for them, I think is national, and they depend on the national interpretation. What's interesting, we look at the implementation. RSPO is voluntary, is B2B, business to business arrangement, whereas MSPO is as a mandatory, including smallholders since last year, and that's the only certification that we make it and mandatory for smallholders. I mean, like the other certification, RSPO, even ISPO is not making it mandatory for the smallholders. So this is where I think important. We are not making life difficult, but we are actually helping the smallholders to make sure that they comply with the MSPO. So they mean they will have a sustainable working condition, protect themselves, protect their environment, protect their loved one, of course, protect the whole industry. And so even they are I mean, in terms of numbers, there's a lot of them. There are around 500,000 of them. But we want to make sure with our assistance that they are all compliant. And on top of that, we make it since it's mandatory. So for the big players, since last year, we've been sending warning letters. Then since July last year, we've been sending. We start compounding them. And starting this year, we will start looking at their either to put hold their license or even to revoke their license, depend on their compliance if they have not started their what you call the certification. And for the smallholders, we are soon going to come up with reminders, warning letters to them to make sure that they should come forward and be registered before any action will be taken. And we have basically MPOCC taking care of the as a governing body. Compared to RSPO, I think is registered and they have overseas branches. And there's no membership fees compared to a 2,000 euro per members for the RSPO. And our average cost is around 2,000 to 2,500 ringgit per man day for the auditing versus double. I think it's like 1,000 euro per man day for the RSPO. Plus the buyers have to pay premium of $1 per ton of certified palm oil. And then this is basically the process. Where you start from application, you go through the audit, and then consultation, second audit, and then you look at report, go through the what we call the panel review, look at the report, and then certified. But panel certified the result, and then we approve, we issue the certificate, and then we make the public notification. And annually there will be a surveillance audit, and for recertification, and your certificate only valid for 5 years. So that means you need to be recertified after 5 years. So this is going to be there forever. I mean, because this is now the government have make it mandatory. So that means this process is going to be there for forever, and we have to improvise it and make it more effective and efficient for certifying the whole industry. And we're looking about the progress of MSPO certified areas. I'm talking about the whole area, that means which is including their riparian zone, including their building, road and whatnot, because there are two areas that we are talking about. So you can see that means since it started in 2015, for the first year, it only increased by like 137,000 hectares compared to the following year. It's almost double, and then it start triple in 2018, and then once we announced it mandatory in 2007. So we can see in 2008 suddenly there's an sudden increase in the certified area, and then it keep on increasing even further in 2019 and up to 2020. So now 2020, 21 is slowed down a bit because I think most of the big plantation already been certified, but we still have a lot of smallholders. Around 70% of them are yet to be certified, and these are the challenges. So that's why towards the end, for you to achieve 100% or even the maximum you can achieve, it's going to be a bit what we call tricky because the challenges that we face to certify smallholders. And in terms of the oil palm management or certification, we look at the achievement. As I mentioned, for independent smallholder, this is based on planted area. So we have 37% of the independent smallholders has been certified, so another around 63% to go. The organized smallholder, there's some issues that this is what I mean, but for the independent and organized smallholders is managed by MPOB. So there's a increase in terms of percentage, but this is something that we have to streamline because there are some management issues that we have to satisfy. We have to clarify with the basically the companies or the what we call the agencies to make sure that we got the actual number. So that's why there's a discrepancy there. But in terms of plantation, they are around 94% certified. And meal, they are basically 96.2% of the meals has been certified. So this is a very encouraging numbers and show a very good progress in terms of certification in Malaysia. And if you look at the progress of we're talking about the supply chain certification. You can see most of the them has been certified. Only I think the kernel crushers and then I think maybe the oleochemicals slowly they are improved. But we can see they are all basically doing very well, and this is where MPOCC is doing their very best to make sure that all the supply chain will be certified. And these are area that has been certified overall planted area. So if you can see here, basically the state like Kedah, Malacca, Johor, Perak, Selangor, these are 5 states that we have to do a bit more to certify most of this area, especially to certify this area. And of course, Perlis and Pulau Pinang, even though they're very small, but in terms of percentage, they are very low. So again, these 2 states, so we have to focus more to make sure that everybody will be certified as soon as possible. And some of the challenges that we faced during the what we call COVID-19 actually is because if you remember during the MCO and then the CMCO, basically the audit activities are not allowed, even though the plantation industry are allowed to operate, the mill, the plantation, but audit activity was not allowed. So, but auditing is very crucial to maintain, for the certification. As you know, is a requirement, and then you have to do a surveillance audit annually as well. So that's where they introduced what we call the remote audit to replace the on-site due to the limitation that we have. And then so the scheme owner developed the auditing procedures and guidelines to make sure that this will basically help to make sure that the certification could be done. And it affect a bit your duration and man days. And of course, for RSPO, they also has identified what we call local auditor facilitators to assist, especially when they're talking about a movement order, especially if the auditor is from Semenanjung and the auditee actually in Sabah or Sarawak. And so that's why there is what we call a local auditor facilitator to assist in the process, to do the visit on site, as well as providing all the input to the CBs. And of course, there are many issues when you do remote audit. Poor internet connection. Of course, you don't need internet a lot in the plantation, but this is where there is an issue. Of course, not every part are very strong in internet. So, and they also you need quite strong, because you need to send document, scan material and whatnot. And of course, we're talking about smallholder, they're also not very technology savvy when we need to do this remote audit. And of course, the confidentiality of your documents sent to the auditors, because previously they only come and look physically, but now you have to provide that. So people may have some issues there. And then of course, the longer time needed to carry out the audit by the CBs due to the nature now. And of course, there's also limited evidence to assist the CBs to make what we call very fast decision. And other challenges that, especially to certify the smallholders, are basically, especially the independent, because they are actually, we have almost like 40% of them, we could not actually get hold of them. We have the list of them based on our license, but we send letters, we try to get hold of them, and we are still having issues of reaching them. And then we also, their location are also scattered, in the country. And of course, one of the biggest issues that we face in certifying them is the land title. Some of them, they have the land title not for oil palm, some are for other crops, some are not even for agriculture. And among the other issues, so actually to maintain good documentation, especially record on fertilizer, cost of labor, receipt of sales and whatnot, which is required under MSPO. So these are challenges that we are facing, and we are trying to rectify and try to make it more effective slowly. And certification activities, basically also MPOB, as we are supposed to assist them to be for the certification. So training could not be conducted because of the movement control order, and then we could not actually get people together. So we try to do like online training, but only for minimum number of participants. And as we know, smallholder, they are not all savvy as well as have the facility. And then we start sharing the YouTube channel, so that to share with the smallholders, try to give more information on that, as well as they can also look at our website. And to get smallholder to look at website is not an easy job. And of course, the other challenges that we face actually in terms of distribution or distributing the chemical racks, as well as the personal protective equipment to the smallholders who are already been certified, with the traveling restriction, and then the areas is not accessible to the contractor. Even I think in terms of masks, because we have two types of masks, one of them actually the N95. And so we have a restriction, especially because for us it's just assisting them. But for other countries during COVID, I think N95 is a very important one. So like there's a country that actually restrict. So we could not actually buy. That's why we have some of our contractor could not actually supply this N95 mask, because of the country where they're exporting does not allow, because they need to use it for their human purpose, especially during COVID. So this is one also the challenges that we face. And of course, the good agricultural practices as well under MSPO. So the visit also been restricted due to the traveling restriction. And then also, I think not all smallholder are willing to have a physical visit, especially they still believe that during this MCO and this pandemic, they shouldn't have much of contact. And also, we have difficulty to get their what we call farm coordinates, as well as their yield, which is required for the MSPO. And then if we have internet accessible, then I think it's quite easy to get the smallholder can liaise with us by sending us the pictures or videos. But for area where there's issue with connection, then this is definitely an issue. And other challenges that face are basically, as we know, that foreign workers, the labor shortage. We heard a lot from the industry, and since the border been closed since 18th of what we call March last year, so there's no more coming what we call the Indonesia. I mean, our foreign workers who have gone back, they could not come in. That not even new recruitment are allowed. So this is one of the challenge faced by the industry. And then, of course, I think we heard last year a lot about the forced and child labor, and we have how the US Department of Labor have listed Malaysia as a palm oil industry practicing forced and child labor. And I think basically US also have started to ban. I think we heard about 2 companies were not allowed to. The border protection basically does not allow for our product from 2 of these companies to be basically exported to United States, where they issue the withhold release order. And what we have done is that at MPOB we send reminders to licensees to make sure that they try to comply, make sure there's no issue with child and forced labor. And then we also now having what we call the awareness program, our roadshow, to tell the people about the industry, what is the meaning and how the normal practice here can be considered as a forced or child labor. And of course, I think the government also have submitted the joint study report together with ILO, which was carried out in 2018 to the United States government. And I think the other issue, I think starting this year also, I think is because of the 3-MCPDE, which is a process contaminant. As we know, in 2018, the European Commission has proposed 2 level, and they already finally endorsed it. So they mean for palm kernel oil, the maximum 3-MCPD allowed is 1.25, and for the palm oil, 2.5. And this already is to become enforced starting January this year. And we can see now actually some of palm oil producing countries are facing challenges to comply with this stringent requirement. And this is not only going to affect only the EU, but other countries as well. Because there are some countries are buying, and eventually the final product will go to EU countries. So other countries will slowly will also request to make sure that our palm oil that exported to their country fulfill this requirement of this 3-MCPDE, because of the final product will go into their countries. And I'm sure also other countries will also soon follow suit, want to make sure that they also got the palm oil which for their own consumption, which is at lower 3-MCPDE content. And obviously, I think the other issue that we are facing now actually is the palm oil from the EU, especially under the Renewable Energy Directive 2, where I think currently basically under that the EU RED 2, the palm oil demand for biodiesel to be kept at the 2019 level for this year up to 2023, and gradually it will be reduced until 0 by 2030. And I think the issue is that even though it has just been implemented, but there are already some countries, EU countries already start limiting palm oil basically for biodiesel into their countries since even last year. So this is where I think the side effect, which is quite negative. And of course, I think Indonesia as well as Malaysia, we know this discrimination. So we have gone to the WTO under the dispute settlement mechanism. So basically, Indonesia filed their case in 2019, and Malaysia we just did in 15th of January this year. So we are already basically now at the stage of presenting to the WTO our case on this discrimination. And of course, I think the other issue is that India, even though India now start buying a lot of, they are only interested in CPO because they want to develop their own industry. So that's why we remember last year on the 8th of January 2020, India have basically moved the refined palm oil from free to restricted. So that's where since last year, I think our export of the refined palm oil to India dropped drastically more than 90% as compared to the year before because of the tax advantage that we have. We exported a lot, almost sevenfold in 2019. Unfortunately, last year due to this restriction. So currently, what happening is that we are still selling more of what we call our CPO rather than what we call the refined palm oil, which is not very good because we would like to sell more refined, which is a higher value added product. And I think this, due to the requirement of the CPO, so we know that means somewhere end of November last year, the duty import has been reduced by 10%, so that to make palm oil more competitive. So that's why they are buying more. Unfortunately, at the same time, Indonesia raised their CPO export levy and tax, making it more expensive. So that's why at the end, our Malaysian palm oil is basically more competitive, and that's why a lot of Malaysian palm oil, especially this CPO, been imported by India. So, and this is looking at the tax structure and whatnot. Definitely, I think Malaysia will be the country will be providing most of their CPO, but it's not very good because we will lose our competitiveness to Indonesia, especially when we come to the processed palm oil. And India, they are more interested into on the CPO because of their industry requirement. And okay, and way forward. So basically, I think basically what we can say that the sustainability certification is definitely there as a tool to overcome the environmental as well as social challenges that faced by the industry, with all the discrimination, with all the campaign in the West. So definitely sustainability certification is something very important, and we need to continue maintaining our sustainability certification and adapting to the new norms as well as the latest procedure from the certification bodies, because I think things have been improving. Even the standards have been revised. Nevertheless, with the implementation of remote audit has a bit helped because it actually reduced the cost due to the restriction. I mean, there's no traveling and accommodation reduced basically. But while you're reducing the cost, it still actually take more time because of the nature of the what we call the remote audit. And then this, as I mentioned, that means the roadshow we are doing together with the ministry, together with the Department of what we call the Department of Labour, as well as the ILO, International Labour Organization. We are working together with them to make sure that the industry got the real picture about the situation of labour issues. I mean, they want to know whether what they are doing is right or wrong. They might be thinking it's something common, something normal, but under the ILO, this is considered as child or forced labour. I mean, like holding your the worker's passport and so on. So these are the dates that we already planned this year. So currently we have started with more on webinar. But if the condition permits, maybe later we will go into physical. But otherwise, we will still continue on our webinar to educate the industry about the forced and child labor issue. And I think, of course, in terms of the 3MC-PDE and GE, we need to basically now what we are doing is disseminating the technology to the industry. There are few technology available, and then based on the studies we are doing, we are going to basically advise the industry what are technology available with their effectiveness and for them to choose. While we are also producing, what we call normal process for chlorine removal. There are some new systems that are much cheaper, more effective, also being produced, and we are also promoting that to the industry, because basically the whole industry need to fulfill this requirement to remove the chlorine from their CPO. And we also looking at improving the Malaysian standard for CPO, especially to fulfill the requirement of this what we call 3MC-PDE or chlorine content, and the revision of the current code of practice at the mill in line with Codex and MISTI requirements. So basically, even Codex by 2023, this requirement will be there. So basically, we have no choice, but we have to make sure our palm oil the CPO that we produce are with very low amount of chlorine, to make sure that our processed palm oil will eventually have a very low amount of 3MC-PDE. And I think in conclusion, basically what I would like to say is that, I mean, sustainability standard will always be an important tool to enhance the competitiveness and marketability of Malaysian oil palm industry. Thus, it's imperative to ensure that the continuity of the certification throughout the challenges time. I think this is very important because I think more and more demand from our market are basically looking at this what we call sustainability requirement, and with all the issues that we are facing, I think it's very important we strengthen our certification to ensure that there's no more or must reduce in terms of what we call negative image of our palm industry. I think despite the challenges faced by the palm oil industry, we will continue to strive for the sustainable development by bringing the industry into economic sustainability without compromising on the social as well as the environmental sustainability of the industry. I think the industry now are ready. We are now moving, not only looking at profit, but definitely looking at social and environmental issues. So I think sustainability is going to be here, is here, and will be part of our industry. And there will be no oil palm industry without sustainability. So with that, I would like to thank you all for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you for the interesting presentation. Yeah, I believe all the participants agree with me. It was nothing short of incredibly informative and interesting. Thank you again. If there is any question, yeah, please feel free to ask from the chat box. Yeah? The organizer will compile and then get the response from the DG office, and then we will share with the participant later on. Yeah. So I think now let we proceed with the second plenary speakers. All right, let me introduce to you Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Rasdi Zaini. Right. Associate Professor DS Dr. Muhammad Rasdi Zaini currently working at UiTM Malacca as a Dean of Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology. His area of specialization is agriculture entomology, focusing on population ecology of agriculture, insect pests, biodiversity of insect, and multi-trophic system, especially sucking pests on vegetables such as flies, aphid, and thrips. Additionally, he is also doing research on major pests in oil palm plantation, particularly rhinoceros beetles and bagworms. So Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Rasdi Zaini will deliver his speech on plantation addressing food security issue in Malaysia. Let's get started with the topic.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Premier Keynote Speaker, Datuk Ravi Mutaya, Secretary General of Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities. Honorable plenary speakers, invited speakers, oral and poster presenter, distinguished international and local delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all. First and foremost, Alhamdulillah, thank you Allah for the opportunity bestowed upon us to gather this morning and witness the opening ceremony of the second International Plantation Conference 2021. I would like to express my gratitude to the Scientific Committee of the IPC 2021 for inviting me as one of the plenary speakers this morning. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share with you my presentation entitled Plantation Addressing Food Security Issue in Malaysia. I'm Muhammad Rasdi Zaini from the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM, University Technology Mara. Please allow me to briefly outline my presentation. I will start with the followings. First, introduction. Second, food security and global demands. Third, issues and challenges. And fourth, way forward. And lastly, I will end up my presentation with conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, what is food security? Food security is highly related with the country's agriculture policies. And we have a strong history in agriculture policy development. The policy development is an important element for the development of our agriculture sector and embrace our food security agenda. According to FAO 2008, food security is achieved when everyone at all times has access to adequate, safe and nutritious food, as well as the options that allows them to consume food for the healthy and active lifestyle. The food security for the population is based on the sustainable food production, and the rational use of resources has an essential role in obtaining the necessary food production. Sustainable agriculture has main objective to meet society food security needs without compromising the well-being and ability of future generations to meet their needs. This means that in the agriculture production system, an equilibrium will be maintained between inputs and outputs, and the condition of ensuring an adequate environment quality and also promoting an overall sustainable economy. For this slide, should we be worried about food security? With the recent COVID-19 pandemics, it cannot be denied that the coronavirus has underscored the importance of food security. The guaranteed access to a sufficient quantity of affordable, safe and nutritious food, while the immediate crisis may be under the control, it's not the end of the story. How secure is food in Malaysia? Experts highlighted Malaysia's lack of research and development, lack of young talent in the agriculture industry, and dependency on other countries' food for food supply as issues to be addressed. To ensure the country preparedness for future crises. So if you go to the next slide, what is the concept of food security? How are we going to fix this? In light of the current situation, we should concentrate on resolving factors that have caused lagging in the food sectors. At the forefront, to excel in the food security agenda, we have to be in the condition where all the citizens have physical, social and economic access to an adequate, safe and nourishing food and fiber support. In other words, we need to lead a healthy lifestyle. Therefore, we need to relook at the various factors of food security to ensure we address them holistically. We cannot just look at only demand and supply. Where food is supplied and is produced domestically, but other factors such as farm level determinants, including efficiency and productivity of farmers and smallholders. Farmers and smallholders' land and input constraint, policy and trade factors as well as environmental factors should also be addressed. For the next slide, we're talking about how important is food security in a plantation sector. Before independence, our nation's agriculture sector was focused more on the plantation industry as per the world market's demands. The commercial oil palm planting in Malaysia started in 1970. Since then, oil palm industry complies with more than 60 domestic law and regulation, from planting, harvesting and processing. The interlinkages between food security and sustainable plantation has been recognized and translated through the implementation and commitment of the nation's Sustainable Palm Oil Scheme, or we call it MSPO, which holistically covers the best practices, occupational safety and health, social and employment condition, traceability, greenhouses gas emission, zero burning policy, biodiversity, environment as mentioned by our Honorable First Plenary Speaker, Dr. Ahmad Parvez just now. Malaysia successfully pursue diversification on at least two fronts in plantation. First, During independence, the government and stakeholders pursue agriculture product diversification away from the rubber to other high-value crops, mainly palm oil. This means reducing the land allocated to rubber and increasing the size of farmland dedicated to other crops. Second, the government started to focus and encourage diversification in plantation by developing downstream activities and product diversification, at least in the case of 3 crops, mainly oil palm. The government imposed a strong belief that the plantation sector is a profitable and economically viable sector. Palm oil, if we look the importance of oil palm and its derivative for food security, palm oil is an incredibly efficient crop, producing more oil per land area than any other equivalent vegetable oil crop, which makes the oil widely available and relatively cheap. Globally, palm oil supplies 35% of the world vegetables oil demand on just 10% of the land. To get the same amount of alternative oils like soybean or coconut oil, you will need anything between 4 and 10 times more land, which will just shift the problem to other parts of the world and threaten our habitats and species. Furthermore, palm oil is an important crop for the GDP of emerging economies. There are millions of smallholder farmers who depend on producing palm oil for their livelihood. Palm oil production in Malaysia actually is dominated by major players like giant industrial players such as Felda, IOI, Sime Darby, Tekra, Asiatic, Kulim, Golden Hope, and so many, I can say here, so many other companies. Together, they own up to 61% of the land that is planted with oil palm trees in Malaysia. 61% of the Malaysia palm oil industry is controlled by large companies, 20% by nationalized entities or organized smallholders, and the remaining of 70% by the owners of smaller plantations, which altogether account for 39%. For the next slide, there are 2 major palm oil producers in the world, Indonesia and Malaysia, with outputs of 43.5 and 19.3 million tons respectively in 2020. Together, they constitute an enormous 84% of the world production. The plantation industry is a significant contributor to Malaysia's overall economy, providing both employment and income from export. Oil palm was the major contributor to the GDP of agriculture sector in year 2018 at 38% or worse than 44.8 billion ringgit Malaysia, while generated export earning of 64.84 billion with average annual export of USD 16.1 billion that between 2020 and 2016. The Malaysian palm oil industry directly employs more than 1 million people, including both high-skill and low-skill labor. And importantly, it has raised the income of small farmers. The average smallholders earn income of USD 500 ringgit per month on an average planted area 3.9 hectares. This reflects the extent to which every nation benefits from the palm oil industry growth and profitability through employment and development, downstream industries, and tax receipts. The Malaysian palm oil industry has benefited everyone in Malaysia. Meanwhile, palm oil export, which benefit Malaysia financially, provide a vital vegetable oils to the rich and poor alike throughout the world. For the next slide, we can see that the world population is now estimated at 6.8 billion today. This is predicted to increase to 8 billion people in 2030 and 9 billion by 2050. There will be many more mouths to feed perpetually in the future, thereby increasing the demand for food. Future of palm oil is driven by growth in demand for food, oleochemicals, and biofuel due to population and economic growth. Population growth drives preferences for palm oil as food, However, there are hurdles to overcome during the pursuit to achieve food security in the future. A major obstacle is the diminishing availability of already scarce arable land. While population increases, the lack of arable land may not be permitted. This to happen as it decreases from 0.75 hectares in year 1922 to 0.23 hectares in 2005. And this will decrease further to 0.19 hectares per capita in 2030. And therefore, limited land availability will require land conservation and move toward cultivation practices and certification. Palm oil currently accounts for about 27% of global oils and fats supply. The oil palm yields, there are three important sources of food, namely palm oil, palm kernel oil, and palm kernel cake, which altogether contribute to 80% as sources of human consumption, such as cooking oil, margarine, shortenings, bakery fats, ice cream, vitamin, and etc. The downstream processes such as oleochemicals consume about 15% of oil palm production, while biofuel industry about 2%. Palm oil is also used as renewable energy sources. However, the potential remains untapped to palm biomass. Ladies and gentlemen, due to oil palm's high land productivity, whereby it can produce 11 times of oil per hectare more than soybeans, 10 times more than sunflower, and 7 times more than rapeseed, which means less land area is needed to obtain the same amount of vegetables oil if palm oil substitutes rapeseed completely. While the benefits and potential of palm oil are huge, there are some issues and challenges pertaining to this sector. Among others are water shortage and climate change issues, environmental degradation, low productivity, and efficiency of smallholders, labor issues, land degradation, crop losses, ecosystem services, and many more. If we look to this figure, we can see that how climate change is one of the major threats. Changes to weather patterns and extremity, the increases prevalence of droughts and floods, and rising temperature will all have adverse impacts on the productivity of crop grown in Malaysia. I think over the past 150 years, the global average surface temperature has increased by 0.76 degrees Celsius. This reported by IPCC in year 2007. More recent temperature projection developed by IPCC estimated rises in the range of 2 degrees Celsius to 4.5 degrees Celsius, reported in 2007 by IPCC. Among the futures foreseen by the assessment, if high emission continue, mean annual temperature rises by about 2 degrees Celsius on average from 1990 to 2100. And if high emission continue, and without large investment in adaptation, an annual average of estimated losses will be about 162 million ringgit Malaysia per year. However, we are blessed that nature rainforests are among the most diverse on the planet. Unlike many nations which rely on the finite natural resources such as fossil fuels or mineral, Malaysia has been blessed with a renewable resources which, when managed carefully, will continue to provide for our nation food security. Malaysia forest cover is currently at 55.3% or 18.28 million hectares of our total land area, exceeding Malaysia's initial commitment made in the Rio Earth Summit. In fact, Malaysia's deforestation rate is the lowest compared to other vegetable oil producers. This represents the nation will wills and commitment to conserve and sustainably manage our forests, its flora and fauna. If we look the next slide, in terms of GHG emission, palm oil, food carbon is only 0.039% of global gas emission. Therefore, doubling the planted area does not cause any significant increase in emission. To mitigate the issues and challenges, we have to look on sustainability concept in the oil palm plantation. Sustainability is defined as meeting our own present needs, without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs, which address on 3 P's, which are profitability, people, and planet. The MSPO certification provides a credible, sustainable, and responsible management to bring about positive social, environmental, and economic impacts while minimizing the negative impact, particularly on its people and the environment, especially in enhancing to smallholders' socio-economic condition. So when we're talking about way forward, what are the ways that we could do to enhance food security in the plantation? At this stage, some policy response that can be considered in developing a comprehensive food security strategy framework in the plantation, including enhancing innovation and research development, full implementation of MSPO in the Malaysian palm oil industry and smallholders, educating oil palm growers about conservation and biodiversity management, reforestation by long-term tree planting program, as well as collaborative efforts between university, industry, and NGO. More importantly, who will be the driver for all this planning and development in the near future? This means finding this solution for underinvestment in agriculture research, small-scale farm with low level of technology, improving entrepreneurship, and addressing climate change and depleting resources could be achieved and only be accelerated through our young generation. Increased R&D, research and development, and high-tech and modern facilities will attract more young farmers to the agriculture and plantation industry by modernizing it and making it more user-friendly. If we can have farmers that work with technology like computers and smartphones, we can modernize our plantation and agriculture. And this transformation is required in order to get young people into farming and become agropreneurs and job creators. Technology is changing the world, and farming is catching up. The introduction of everything from automated farm equipment to a wide array of Internet of Things, sensors that measure soil moisture, and drones that keep track of crop have changed the business agriculture. Some experts even call this movement as agriculture 4.0. A digital farm is more efficient and sustainable than its counterparts of the past. On a smart digital farms, crops are likely grown using precision agriculture. Tractors might be self-driving. The harvest could be determined by digital imagery of the field. And the farmer is typically working with an agronomist to provide technology know-how. Therefore, greater innovation, research and planning should be emphasized in all aspects while embracing IR 4.0. In integrated pest management, or IPM, for example, immediate monitoring and census activity at bedworm-infested areas can be done by using high-tech devices such as drone, UAV for aerial observation, or innovative ground spraying using turbo-trailer sprayer. IPM can increase planting of beneficial plants to develop significant population of beneficial insects in the plantation. While the use of internet and remote access for environmental and greenhouse gases monitoring, specialized software to control and integrate all parameters or variables. For example, temperature, moisture, rainfall, and etc. Use of artificial intelligence and big data for smart farming can elevate the plantation sector. Meanwhile, for essential service, we need to create new normal where essential services to be conducted through online services such as video, WhatsApp, or YouTube. Training activities through online where various related technology and innovation to enhance knowledge can be disseminated to the smallholder and allow remote audit to be carried out by MSTO auditors with no physical field visit required. I think next slide, to recap, for the conclusion, food security exists when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food to meet their dietary needs and food preferences for active and healthy life. Palm oil is a major source of oil and fat that is required to meet the global food security demand. Sustainable plantation is an approach to meet society food security needs without compromising the well-being and ability of future generations. Both were significantly related. Increasing palm oil and derivatives to support the growing population could be supported by embracing IR 4.0 and appropriate technology strengthen and enhance the development of sustainable plantation, as well as empowering young generation. However, sustainable plantation is more than a combination of practices, but also a balance between the competing interests of an individual and industry of other people in order to ensure food security. Before I end up my presentation, I wish to congratulate the organizing committee for organizing this prestigious event of the second International Plantation Conference 2021. I sincerely hope this important event will continue in the years to come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the interesting and informative presentation. If there is any question, please feel free to ask. I think we have another 20 minutes, yeah, before we end the session. Is there any question? You can ask in the chat box, or you can ask direct to Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Rasti. Dr. Rasti is here with us, right? Yep.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Muhammad Fadil.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I'm from ISP and also UITM alumni Peladangan. I have a small questions to Dr. Rasdi.
Okay.
This is regarding the use of drone. You see, drone is quite controlled by the aviation industry. Okay. Now, at the moment, the payload or the amount of weight that a drone can carry is very limited. I think not more than 10 kilos or 20 kilos. See? So to make drone more effective in the agriculture, I think we have to talk to the aviation industry to increase this payload to at least 50 kilos. When it's 50 kilos, then we can utilize the drone to carry like FFB bunches. Mature FFB bunches can come up to about 30 kilos. Unless we change this, the use of drone into a more effective use in the plantation, especially in the loading and harvesting of the FFB, may not take place that well. So, because to me, at the moment, the drone technology is something that the industry, especially the plantation on all palms, should really go deep and work with respective engineering faculties, so that this drone can be utilized for harvesting of FFB. I know works are being done in many places to use this drone. I think MPOB has embarked on few trials, but I think it is not enough. The reason why I'm asking this is the simple reason of the labor shortage in terms of harvesting. At the moment, one harvester can go as most 2 kilos, 2 tons per day, one manpower. Meaning to say, if we have a machine, a drone that can harvest double that, just 4 tons or 5 tons, the effect to the country, to the industry is so big. I mean to say, if we need 100,000 harvesters, by just having a drone that can harvest 4 tons, you double up the productivity, then we need only half the amount of harvesters. From 100,000, just 50,000. That's why I feel the industry, the universities should really work, really spend a bit more money, millions, 10 million, so what? Because the amount of money that industry, the country can save from employing labor and from paying, will be tremendous. And apart from that, that is the only way I think we can attract the youngsters to enjoy working and playing with the drone and do harvesting, and don't call them harvesters anymore, but call them harvesting technicians or production technicians. Then only I think the way forward. So I'm asking the universities to work with various other universities and MPOB to look and to really work on this drone technology, go to the countries, Germany, Japan, China, who are very advanced in this technology, and ask them to assist in our harvesting technology. I think that's the most important thing at this moment for you all to assist.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much, Tuan Haji Fazil. Can you hear? Tuan Haji, can you hear me?
Kurang dengar, Dr. Prof.
Okay. Let me. Okay. Boleh dengar? Can you? All right. Okay. First of all, thank you very much, Tuan Haji Fazil from ISP. I think you raised two issues or two important things. The first one regarding drone. Yes, I think drone become popular today, not only in Malaysia, I think worldwide. I think become more important in our agriculture and plantation sector. So as you mentioned that about drone, I think the development, study and research have done so many studies, I think, have done in many agriculture university of faculties nowadays. I can share a few studies that have been done by some faculties. Okay, not only our faculties, our faculty plantation and agrotechnology, because we have collaborated in future. First, we're talking about drone, as you mentioned about our policy, probably our government policy, especially we're talking about aviation. So the limitation about load, maybe nowadays we get permission 10 to 20 kilos only, Tuan Haji. I think this is a good issue to we can raise and we can discuss with our government to develop a new policy. If we need to be more efficient in, I think the operation to get more efficient during implementation of drone. Okay, that is the first thing. I think the second thing I can share about maybe the aviation, we have a limited elevation. Okay, maybe not more than 200 meters. I heard if the drone more than the elevation that have been limited by aviation bodies, I think we can be sued by aviation body. That is one thing. I think maybe our plantation sectors, maybe MPIC or the related bodies should be discussed, all right, about this, because as you mentioned about the load, for example, 10 to 20 kilo, we need more. I think we should discuss further about this one. I think, Tuan Haji, you have good ideas about this one. Maybe universities, MPIC, and we can discuss about this one, about load, for example, for drone. At least we can increase at the optimum load. Okay, that is number one. The secondly, we mentioned about the elevation. I think elevation, maybe if you want to do what we call it data survey or monitoring system or monitoring process. So maybe sometime drone, we should fly more than the what we call it, the elevation that have been set up by the aviation bodies. Okay, that is the second thing. Third, I would like to share about the studies that recently have been done by some universities and faculties, especially engineering. To my experience and my discussion with other faculties, they have a lot of studies in the development of drones, function, and then I think that can be suited or can be implemented in our plantation or agriculture sector. For example, the precision in terms of to measure, all right, to monitor, and then they can what we call it, they can improve in terms of the sensor system and so on. I think, inshallah, if you want to, we can discuss later on about the development of the drone that have been done by some faculty. For example, Faculty of Mechanicals in your ITM. They have won, I think, 2 medals, I think gold medals in Geneva, I think for the last year or last 2 years. I think it's very interesting because they patent their what we call it, their innovation and their invention. Okay, Tuan Haji. Okay, another things you have mentioned about what we call it labor or labor issue, the shortage of labor. I think drone is probably one of the best way, right, to help us not only in oil palm sectors, but I think so many agriculture crops can be suited with this technology, especially drone. I think thank you, Tuan Haji, because you raised one important thing that we can enhance our plantation sectors, especially in production efficiency in our oil palm. I still remember that one of the conference that you mentioned about the harvesting, because until today we still use conventional technique. Is it right, Tuan Haji? Because we still use sickle, we use the conventional method until today. I think yes, as faculty or university, we should take this challenge, right, to do some research, to do further research, especially to make it, we use technology, especially in harvesting oil palm. Until today, I think this is a big challenge for faculties or universities all over the world to create or to invent the best way or the best technology to what we call it, to overcome the issue of labor shortage. Okay, Tuan Haji, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Tuan Haji Fazil, for interesting question. All right, we have another question from the speaker, Encik Zainal Abidin. Right, the question is, food security is a valid issue, but has any study done on the availability of water? Without sufficient water supply, we can't address the food security.
I think this is the main issue that I put in my slide just now. Okay, I think I believe that a lot of study in terms of water supply for crops or for to irrigate the plants or the crops in the field or in the mass scale production. For sure, water source is very important. And not only that, I think water, the quality of water, all right. So a lot of study because we need water, high quality water to irrigate our plants and crops. So that is why, as we heard, okay, as I believe that a lot of study, a lot of papers, if you search, all right, in the websites, there are many study. Especially not only faculty of agriculture or faculty of plantation, but the other faculties, especially engineering, they have done a lot of study. All right, the mechanism, the efficiency, and then we can see so many interesting or very innovative technology to enhance our irrigation system, especially different topography, different geographical factors also influence the use of this irrigation technology. Okay, I give you an example. I think this is very good topics that you want to raise up in this forum. Number one, you're talking about, I can say that number one is the technology actually we develop because of the issue or the problem, all right, that probably happens at your site, okay? Different area, different climatic, different, I can say different geographical factors, it will cause different requirements of water. And then different, in fact, topography, different elevation, flat area, undulating area, that will needs different technology of irrigation. And sometimes, if you look at our technology today, nowadays we have technology, fertigation technology or irrigation technology. For example, we have greenhouse, under greenhouse or under open rain shelter that is commonly used, especially fertigation technique. So at least I think more than 10 types of fertigation that have been developed. I think more than 10, but commonly in Malaysia we can see that there are many techniques, there are many types, and all over the world. But how we want to improve the efficiency of the what we call it irrigation, or the water that we supply, or the nutrient that we supply to plants. So conventionally, the old method, we use different water and then we supply separately water and nutrient or fertilizer. But today, okay, now we dilute the nutrient in the water, then we call it, so now we call it fertigation technique. And then we improve, okay, the technique. Sometime for today, for example, we have drip irrigation, and then now sometimes mix hydroponic and so on. So what I can conclude from your question, I think the study should be continued. Okay, the study, especially fertigation or the what we call it irrigation system in this era, we must improve from time to time. We cannot feel complacent, because if we are industries, or if we are companies, we need to compete, right? to make it more, what we call it, reliable, profitable, and then, of course, we must make sure that the cost is getting lower from time to time. All right. So that is why I can say that technology must be in the perspective of what we call it farmers today. They have no choice. They must use technology to make it more competitive, especially in agriculture industry. That is why I believe that agriculture technology, especially as you mentioned about the irrigation system, the study on irrigation technology or irrigation, what we call it, irrigation technology must be developed, especially, for example, higher institution, academic higher institution, and as well as other bodies, for example, MAGI and so on. Okay, that's so far for my answer for the, what we call it, fertigation system, right? Or the irrigation system. Am I answer the question? Dr. Rahman, may I know who?
Mr. Zainal, are you?
Mr. Zainal, yeah, Mr. Zainal. Are you there, Mr. Zainal?
I believe he answered the question because I tagged Mr. Zainal just now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Zainal. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, it's just about time. Perfect 12:29. So I would like to thank Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Rasdi. And then, ladies and gentlemen, all right, thank you for your participation. Okay, I think the plenary session will end here. So after the lunch or networking break, we will continue with the parallel session 1 at 1:30. Yeah. So thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Rahman, for your good handling of session. In fact, this is a good platform for us. If you have any question, you can direct text the one, because we have all expert here. I known Tuan Haji Fazil Hitam from 1993. He was my mentor before in Golden Hope Plantation. I'm not sure whether he still remember me or not. I was in Pulau Carey Island 2005 until 2008 with him in the same flight as well on the golf course. Anyway, what will happen next is we're going to resume again at 1:50 p.m. I think this morning Dr. Dina has already mentioned who's the session chair. Then for those who are interested to join room 2, which is under the scope of sustainable agricultural engineering and also plantation management agribusiness, so you can leave the room later and then join room 2. The link can be found in the your program book, yeah. And then for those who are interested in this room, room 1, agronomy, just stay put, and then we'll continue at 1:50 p.m. Okay, with that, I end the session here, but we still open the session. We're going to play music and play the video clip from NTIC. Thank you very much. How are you, Tuan Haji Fazil? Unmute.
I thought I recognized your face. I thought you sound familiar. 2005 or 2008.
I'm with Ajizin Academy.
Academy, that's right. With VJ and all that, huh?
Yeah, still look young lah. I see. Now, yeah.
You moved to where?
I'm on my own now. I'm on my own now. From with the Almighty Group Samberhad. I was with FGV for 3 years.
I see.
Last few years, and with if you know Faraus,
yeah.
Yeah, with him, and even with Datuk Daud as well, Daud Azin.
All right.
Yeah. So when Dean told me that you'll be in, that's good. We made the old taiko lah. The old otai. Yeah, it's good. So Tuan Haji sihat ya?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
Tua juga.
So for the rest, if you want to chat with anyone, just go ahead. Yeah, we have finished the official event. We can resume back at 1:50. You can enjoy your own lunch at your own place. Yeah, and we do hope once everything settled with this pandemic, we will organize again with FPA the physical conference. Yeah, Din, inshallah by next year. Physical and online. We have another few big event. Will be finished by Dean.
I have a second opinion now because I've entered a lot of these Zoom meetings, and I kind of like this Zoom meeting because it's so focused and so direct, less digressing,
Right.
So yeah. I enjoy Zoom meeting than the physical now. It's more beneficiary to people actually.
Yeah.
So when I don't want to see you, I just block my.
Anyway, Tuan Haji, thank you very much.
Okay, excuse myself. I joined back at 2, is it?
Yeah, 2. Yeah, whether in this room or room 2, you can choose.
All right, see you, Prof. Rasdi. Thank you. And
yeah, welcome, Tuan Haji. See you again.
Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to everyone. We hope you have a good rest for a break just now. Today, we still in this room, we have 77 participants, Alhamdulillah, which is quite a number. And then half of it, about 50 plus, has already logged in the room 2. Okay, today, now we are going to proceed with parallel session 1 in room 1, which will be chaired by Dr. Siti Masriza from UITM Cawang Melaka branch Jasin. And let me check on attendance. Okay, before we proceed, if you allow me, Dr. Siti, we want to have a short photo, group photo for room 1. So I hope everyone can open your
sorry,
photo for a while so that our technical can have a group photo. Okay, let me check who else in the room. Because this morning when we check again the photo, half of the photo is only names, from 140, about half only names. So we hope this time around for room 1 we can have more than 50% of the photo, so it will be nicer. So let me remind who else in the group. Few from UITM, Aliasa, Dr. Ismail, Prof. Dekan, if you're still around, Cik Faiz, Puan Nuraliza alias Fuad Nufitri, our colleague from Indonesia, Ibu Rizki, Dr. Selva, are you in? Who else here? Okay, I think we have quite a number now. Okay, Hezri, over to you. You want to arrange for a group photo?
Okay, ready on. Okay, right, ready, ready, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, yeah, wait, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, okay, last, freestyle please, okay, 1, 2, right, last, okay, 1, 2, okay, thank you, all right, done.
Over to you, Dr. Siti Masriza.
Okay, all right. Anyway, thank you so much, Encik Zes. All right. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Encik Zes, is it clear? I just need to confirm. Is it clear, my voice?
Very clear, very clear.
All right. Yeah, great. All right. So, okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. Hope you are doing well, keeping well. Okay. Okay, at present, we are now in parallel session 1 for agronomy track in plantation crop productivity and management in room 1. All right, so through this session, we will having a lead speaker presentation. It's take about 25 minutes presentation, and also 5 minutes for Q&A session, and also as well with oral presenter. Okay, oral presentation from 10 of presenter. It's take this oral presenter will take about 12 minutes, include with 12 minutes and about 2 to 3 minutes for Q&A session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all right. First of all, okay, let me introduce our lead speaker for today's this first parallel session in this agronomy track. All right. So, Associate Professor Dr. Sun Fuying is currently attached to Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM Mara. Her expertise is in seed sciences and plant physiology as well. Before joining UiTM, she worked as a plant physiologist in FRIN, Forest Research Institute, about 11 years. And within the last 10 years, she received research grant for modeling the desiccation responses of recalcitrant seed quality testing, direct seeding for leguminous cover crop in field, plant growth enhancement with compost, growth regulator of turf and vegetation management under utility lines. She has supervised 2 PhD students and also more than 15 master students in these particular areas. And she has published about 70 research articles in journals and proceedings as well. Okay, in 2019, she was attached to the seed biology department in England, in Royal Botanic Garden, in Kew Garden, in England, United Kingdom, for about 11 months for her sabbatical training. And as present, currently, she's a head of our crop science group in our faculty, Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, UiTM. Okay, for now, all right, so this is introduction of Associate Professor Dr. Sun Fuying. Okay, as now, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Sun Fuying to present her speak entitled Direct Seeding for Cost-Effective Introduction of Mucuna bracteata in Plantation. Okay, now Dr. Sun, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dr. Sun.
So what should I do? I share screen, is it?
Yeah, you need to share your screens, yeah, because this is a live presentation.
Okay, do you see the screen?
Not yet, Dr. Sun.
No.
Not yet. Yeah. All right, great. Okay, so, now is appear, right?
Oh, okay. All right. Hello everyone. Thank you, Dr. Siti Masrisa, for the kind introduction. So let's have the slides. Okay, you see the slide?
Yeah, that's great.
All right. Okay. All right. As Dr. Siti Masrisa mentioned just now, I'm going to talk about Mucuna bracteata. We have been listening to plantation crops this whole morning. So we have a short while away from plantation crops, and we talk about Mucuna bracteata for a short moment now. The title of the presentation is Cost Effectiveness Introduction of Mucuna bracteata in Plantation by Field Seeding Method. This research work was jointly carried out with Humibox. We also have participants from Humibox in this conference. Yeah. By taxonomy, Mucuna bracteata is a dicotyledonous plant belonging to the family of Fabaceae or Leguminosae. It is one of the important leguminous cover crop or LCC in Malaysian plantations. Mucuna originates from Tripura, northeast India. It is a climber. The leaves are alternately arranged, trifoliate. The leaflets are about 6 by 12 cm in size, ovate or triangularly shaped. The flowers are produced in racemes, blackish purple in color. The flowers emit stinking smell. Okay, now I get rid of the emit stinking smell believed to attract the insect pollinators. The fruits of mucuna are pods covered by sharp needle-like hairs, so very fine hairs, but very sharp, black in color when fully ripened. Each fruit can contain about 4 to 5 seeds. The seeds are large. Here you have the seeds, about 6 by 10 mm in size. Each seed can weigh about 100 to 190 milligrams. Like many other leguminous crop or leguminous plants, roots of mucuna have nodules that can fix atmospheric nitrogen for plants. Mucuna was introduced in Malaysia by Mr. Matthew from Golden Hope in the year 1991 when he imported 2 kg of seeds from India. The seeds were brought to Johor, planted in small poly bags, and the seedlings were planted to the oil palm plantation in Lapis in Johor, between rows of oil palms. It has been found to grow well under local climatic conditions with warm temperature as well as a good rainfall. From there, it has been promoted and widely planted in Malaysian plantations. Before Mucuna bracteata was introduced in the year 1991, we have other types of leguminous cover crops planted in the plantations. Pueraria javanica, Pueraria fascioloides, Centrosema pubescens, Calopogonium, we have 2, Calopogonium muconoides, and also Calopogonium caeruleum. These type of LCCs are not planted as a single species. They are usually planted in mixture. For example, Pueraria javanica is mixed with the Centrosema pubescens and also Calopogonium caeruleum. It can be like 4:3:1 ratio, whereas mucuna is planted as a single species. Over some period after introduction of mucuna, it was found to give more benefits for the plantation crops compared to conventional LCC. Mucuna has very deep root systems, about 2 to 3 meters in depth, whereas LCC have shallow roots. Mucuna is very good in terms of biomass generation, 8 to 11 tons per hectare, whereas LCC can only give about half or even 1/3, 4 to 5 tons per hectare. Because of the great quantity of biomass, mucuna is able to provide more litters, providing more organic matters to the soil at a rate of 4 to 7 tons per hectare, depending on the weather as well as the growth rate. Whereas conventional LCCs will give only about 1.5 tons per hectare. Mucuna is very vigorous cover crop. Its vine extension is very extensive, so it is very effective in keeping the weeds down, and this can reduce weeding operations. Also, mucuna is drought tolerant as well as shade tolerant. Mucuna can grow with oil palm for about 9 years, whereas conventional LCC can only afford to be with oil palm for about 2 years. Calopogonium caeruleum is a more shade tolerant species, so it can grow up to 3 years, but mucuna is much longer. When mucuna is with the plantation crops for longer period, so it will continue to provide advantages and benefits to plantation crops especially in fixing the atmospheric nitrogen, also for the nitrogen nutrition of the plantation crops. There are two methods of planting mucuna. The first method is by using the nursery raised seedlings. These are the 6-week-old seedlings, which are ready for transfer to the field. If we keep this longer, then the seedlings will start with vine extension and they will get tangled among themselves. Then we will have more work, more time, and more difficulties to separate the seedlings. The other method of planting LCC in the field is a field seeding technique, which is directly sow the seeds in the field. Now, this technique has been used all the while for planting conventional LCC, but not with mucuna. Simply, one of the reasons is because mucuna seeds are imported, so they are more expensive, whereas conventional LCCs, we can afford to have sowing directly in the field, even at a rate of 10 kg of seeds per hectare. Now, for mucuna, we have another reason why field seeding technique was not practiced earlier, simply because mucuna also has very thick testa, which must be properly scarified to allow germination to take place. With the introduction of scarified seeds in the market, so we have tested field seeding technique. Directly sow the seeds in the field, bypass the nursery stage. So when we get rid of the nursery, we will get rid of the infrastructures, irrigation system, etc. We also get rid of the polybags, plug trays, potting medium, and also transportation of the seedlings to the field, which means that the message is to transport the seeds, to carry the seeds to the field is much easier compared to carrying the seedlings to the field. Later, we will also show you why field seeding technique can save labor, because labor is one of the important issues. For field seeding technique, one important rule is that we must know the germination rate of the seed batches. Usually, the seed suppliers will declare the germination rate, but it is also important for us to have a simple test again to find out the real germination rate. Based on the germination rate, we will have a decision on how field seeding should be carried out so that we can achieve early ground coverage for, to reduce weeding operation as well as many other benefits. Mucuna brachiata is planted between rows of oil palm, and we recommend sowing distance between points as 1 to 1.5 meter for early ground coverage. And with this high seeding rate or close distance, to a certain extent, actually, we can also get rid of weeding operation. So just let mucuna to grow and keep the weeds down. And we can have the laborers to pay more attention on the oil palm, harvesting jobs, etc. This is a simple plan, just one straight line in between. Of course, you want to have some zigzag so that coverage will be faster, but it may be slightly more difficult for the workers. Why do we say we should have close distance between points? Let's look at this table. If we have 1 meter between points, we will have about 1,200 points per hectare. When we have 3 seeds per point, if the germination rate of the seed batch is 50%, we can have ground coverage of about 1/3 by 3 months and about 2/3 by 6 months. So with this ground coverage, in fact, we can ignore weeding operation. What more 6 months, of course, this is good enough to keep the weeds down, 2/3 ground coverage. This was observed based on the vine extension from seeds sown in the field directly without nursery stage. By 3 months, we can have the vine extension rate as 2 to 3 meters within 3 months with fertilization. Yeah. Now, when we have a longer distance between points as 3 meters, of course, we save the seeds, but it does not mean that it is more cost effective because we will have to take care of the weeds. Otherwise, we will have the weeds competing with the mucuna at the same time. So this can slow down the mucuna extension rate. Fertilization, like many other crops, if we have fertilizer, the plant growth will be better. For mucuna, fertilization is needed if we want proper or earlier ground coverage because mucuna has slow growth rates during the first few months after germination. We recommend a slow release fertilizer, taking into account of the needs for the seeds that have been sown directly in the field. The seeds must germinate first. Then only the seeds will make use of the fertilizer. So there is no point to have a normal NPK because the seedlings will not be making use of the NPK. So we have the slow release fertilizer, which will make the fertilizer available slowly over a period of up to 6 months until at least about 2/3 ground coverage. Also, the slow release fertilizer is for a one-time operation concept, which means that we have sowing, we help the mucuna with slow release fertilizer, then it's sort of, we forget any other things about mucuna. So let it be in the field, it will do the job. And we have supplied the nutrients for it. There are many types of slow release fertilizer in the market. Some are very expensive. So in terms of cost, of course, you have to choose the not so expensive. This nugget type of fertilizer is amniocoated methylated urea. So it will release the N slowly. And the formulation for this type of slow release fertilizer is high N, 15% nitrogen, and 25% phosphorus, which is good for initial growth of seedlings. In this piece, one piece is 10 grams, good enough for mucuna. With the use of nugget, we can get rid of measuring cups or measuring spoons. So planting operation or sowing operation will be faster. So I need to stress here, we need to have good P on top of N because this is important for the initial growth of the seedlings. Even for planting nursery raised seedlings of mucuna, we still need to put rock phosphate or apply rock phosphate in the planting hole for the mucuna seedlings to grow well. Yeah? Otherwise, the growth will be very slow. On top of our recommendation, of course, you can have other types of fertilization, for example, NPK. But as I say, there is no use to apply NPK together when during sowing operation, because it will be lost. So NPK means you have to come back to the field again to broadcast some NPK fertilizer. These are the seedlings after 1 month. Some points we can have 3 seedlings germinated. Some we have 2, some with 1. With the seed patch with 80% germination rate, we usually have very few holes having none of the seeds germinated. So, as I mentioned earlier, the germination rate of the seed patch is important. That will help us to decide if it's not so good in terms of germination. Probably we will have to consider to apply to sow more seeds in each planting hole. 3 months after sowing, extension rate is about 2 to 3 meters. So if we have 2 or 3 seedlings successfully established from a single point, we will have more. We have better coverage. So this is with slow release fertilizer. This is with control. It doesn't mean that the leaves are bigger. These are close up, but we can see that the leaves are not so green. But more importantly is the lower vine extension rate without fertilization. 6 months after sowing, it stands between points as 1 meter. So we will have a rather good ground coverage. We have weeds in between. No weeding operation was done. And slowly the weeds, the mucunas will take over and the weeds will be kept down. 3 meters between points, it doesn't mean that the mucuna is not growing as fast as the close or high seeding rate, but because the point distance are far, so the ground coverage is slow. But very importantly, we have weeds coming up. What you can see here is the ground that has been cleared with weeds, with herbicides. So without the operation, it will be very messy with weeds and mucuna sharing the place. And mucuna has to compete with the weeds. That may slow down the ground coverage rate. This is a case study in Johor. 1 year after sowing, we have, of course, we get complete coverage with mucuna. We can also get good thickness of mucuna. And we still can see some weeds in between. These vines are actually mucuna vines. So, which means that direct field sowing or seeding method, field seeding method can be practiced with mucuna. Very important about field seeding of mucuna is the water availability, because the seeds or the growth of the mucuna needs to be started from seeds and seed germination. So in fact, any planting operation, we know that we must always start, it is advised to have planting operation during rainy seasons. And we have done some trials during dry seasons, as well as during season with good rains. If we have rains at alternate days or alternate 2-3 days, usually we can get good survival rate, even up to 80% survival by 2 months after sowing. So this is good enough, because by 2 months, the vines will start creeping out. When we can see the vines growing out, the indirect indication means the root system is well established, so it is capable to tolerate drought better. Of course, we can also apply Aquastore. It's like we are treating mucuna like treating plantation crops. But the cost factor is there. With simple calculation, 5 grams of Aquastore, or about a teaspoon. The Aquastore is the jelly kind material that can absorb about 100 times water, quantity of water compared to its volume or weight. So a teaspoon can cost about 40 cents. Now, these are some of the innovative methods for field seeding of mucunas. We use some custom-made tools or ideas to make the work faster and easier under the hot sun in the field. This is a holding spike, custom-made. We have 2 sharp ends, 15 cm in apart, one for the seeds, the other one for the nuggets for slow release fertilizer. The length is about 10 cm. We have to consider the ground can be uneven in the field. And also when we lift this holding spike, some of the soil may fall back into the holes. So in fact, the sowing rate, the sowing depth is about 5 cm. But when we have a deeper hole and have the soil fall back, in fact, we are making the holes slightly loose for the seeds to germinate better and to start off better. Yeah. So this is the holding spike. Then to insert the seeds, we can have a seeder, a very simple one, just a PVC pipe. Then we have the seeds to channel down into the holes. Then we can use one of our feet to push some soil into the holes to bury the seeds as well as the nugget, also release fertilizer. So with this method, easier, faster, no need to bend down to do the work. So with 1 meter sowing distance, which means 1,200 points per hectare, a team of 2 workers can complete the work in 1 day. In fact, they can perform slightly more than 1 hectare in a day. All right. I have come to the end of the presentation. Lastly, we would like to talk about the cost based on a study carried out by MPOB. We have 320 seedlings per hectare, seedlings of mucuna, which means the distance between points will be 300 to 400 meters. Taking into account the nursery costs, the labor costs, as well as the potting medium, etc. So the cost was calculated as 564 ringgit per hectare. Using only 75 gram mucuna seeds, which is about 500 seeds, with 60% germination, which will give us about 300 seedlings for 1 hectare. Now, we have our seeding technique with the close planting distance, high seeding rate of 1,200 points per hectare. The requirement for seeds is about 650 grams. So about 8 times compared to this, much more. Then we have slow release fertilizer, 15 cents per piece. This is the price for East Malaysia, Sabah Sarawak. It is cheaper in Peninsular Malaysia, about 10 cents. So the slow release fertilizer rate
Sorry, Dr. San, you have about 1 more minute, Dr. San. All right.
Okay.
All right.
I'm finishing. Yeah.
All right.
So for 1,200 points, 1,200 pieces, the cost is about 450 ringgit. Then with a team of 2 workers, 50 ringgit per man day. And one day we can cover 1 hectare. So the cost is 100 ringgit. So we can have early ground coverage at the same cost. These are the references. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you so much to Associate Professor Dr. San Puing for a great presentation on Mucuna bracteata implantation. So for audience, if you have any question regarding of this slide presentation, you may ask. You may ask through the chat box, or maybe you can ask direct to Dr. San. Okay, we have about 5 minutes in a Q&A session. All right.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Dr. San.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Fazil.
Fazil here.
Your voice is very far away.
Very interesting presentation of this mucuna. I was using mucuna when I was in the plantation. In fact, the guy who introduced mucuna to the country is my good friend, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, Mr. Matthew.
Yep, you met him?
No. No.
He's still with the United Plantations, I believe.
Okay.
I know even the day when he brought in the seeds from Kerala, India.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So it's like a refresher course you're giving me today. So interesting to see.
Thank you.
But of late, the practical planters, in view of the labor shortages, they have shy away or tried to avoid using Mucuna bracteata for the fact that it is a very prolific growing covers once it's established, and they don't have enough labor to spray or to remove them from covering the palms. That is quite a issue presently. But there's no denying I use more than how many thousand replants of my replanting. I use Mucuna. It is really very good cover, and it really enriches the soil. You know, it will give you this greens. What do you call it? Compost of about 2 to 3 feet. You know, this Mucuna.
Yes, liter.
The liters, correct, the liters. But of late, if you check with the planters in my state, they quite shy away from using the Mucuna for the fact that it is very prolific and difficult to control once it's growing. But otherwise than that, I cannot agree more with you. It's one of the best covers after the common CCs, the 3 Mucuna, Silvelium, and all that. But thank you very much. I enjoy your presentation.
Yeah, it is a problem in young oil palm.
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, we have also carried out trials to use a herbicide to control the mucuna. So we had some success actually, but again, like you say, to control the mucuna, it is additional work, but it can happen probably after 1.5 years to 2 years later. We will have to control the growth. But at the same time, if we are having conventional LCC, the conventional LCC will start fading out in the next 1 year, 3 years time.
I think the Lembaga Lebuh Malaysia, they used to plant this mucuna to control this steep road embankment, you know, on the road, and then it's very good because it will control the soil erosion of the very steep areas. Even in plantation those days,
yeah.
you know,
yes, In fact, Humibox has been using the seeding technique for many other purposes. In fact, the advantage in plantation is much more compared to ground coverage in a highway or slopes, etc. But there is also other solutions. In fact, I was approached by TMP to talk about having mucuna under their utility lines.
Yeah.
So that is another option.
Very good. It will control the jungle, small jungle under the TNB lines. Mucuna is very nice under the TNB practices. So it's just sad now that the planters are not really keen in using it anymore because of the labor shortage.
Yeah. Well, we still have plantation, the large plantations, some tabis, they are
Yeah, I know.
still using mucuna. In fact, in combination.
I was from Golden Hope. I know they use it. So thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Fazil.
Okay, right. A very great great question from Haji Fazil. All right. So now actually, okay, Dr. San, we have another 2 more questions in a chat box here. Okay, may I read it? May I read the question for you, Dr. San?
I can see the question.
All right. So yeah.
Mucuna in highland area.
Is it
now? In fact, mucuna can be planted in our highland, Fraser Hill, and also Cameron Highland, because mucuna, no doubt, it can tolerate a warm weather, but it can also tolerate about down to 10 degrees. So for our highland, we don't really have temperature below 10, because in its original place in India, it is in fact, the seed production is only available during winter, in the month of January to April. So our highland, our normal highland, yes, we can have mucuna. Okay. So the other question, where can I buy good scarified mucuna seeds and nugget?
We can
we have Humibox here. Of course, we also have other suppliers. So I'm not trying to advertise, but we have Humibox here. And third one, is there any study data showing the cost saving from the reduction of selective spraying rounds with reference to the trial of 1,200 and 8,000 points? Oh, then we have not done that trial. Just that for the 400 points, based on our experience, the weeds infestation is rather normal. So if we do not control the weeds, since we are having trials in somebody's estate, so when the owner does not want to see the weeds and the mucuna competing, so they have done the spraying. So I don't have the data regarding the competition for the 400 points. But for the 1,200 points, we don't need a weeding operation. The last questions, any effect of mucuna at different elevation and humidity? So this is about highland. And initial stage of growth of mucuna, we need proper moisture, but later it is drought tolerant. No problem. Highland, also no problem.
Okay, anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very great presentation. A lot of our audience very interested to your, what we call that, your speak. All right. So anyway, thank you again, Dr. Sant.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So we are now finished our what we call that, the lead speaker presentation. So I hope our first oral presenter will get ready. So now I would like to call upon Encik Mustaqim Muhammad from Malaysian Palm Oil Board. to present his oral presenter entitled Performance of PS1 and PS2 DXP Materials on Peat Soil in MPOB Research Station Bagadatuk, Perak. So you are most welcome, Sir Mustaqim Muhammad. Your floor, yeah. Now it's
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, and good afternoon to everyone. So I hope everyone stay fresh since we are after the lunch. So let me share my screen first. Can everyone see my screen? Have you seen my screen?
Yeah, sir. Okay, we can see your slide very clearly. Right.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, Dr. Siti Masliza. Actually, my former lecturer.
Yes, now I can remember you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm Mustaqim from Malaysian Point Oil Board. So today, I would like to share my work here. So the performance of PS1 and PS2 material DBIP on the peat soil in MPOB research station in Bagadatuk, Perak. So this is my presentation outline. So first, introduction of oil pump, some background on the oil pump history, and then to material and method of the experiment, result and discussion, and then conclusion. So for the introduction, as presented by Prof. Dr. Muhammad Rasdi this early morning. So oil pump is the most production oil crop as we compare to other oil crop like rapeseed, sunflower oil, and soybean. But if we refer to the second graph, we can see here the harvested area or area for oil palm is the 20 million per hectare, but the oil palm can produce more oil and fat is compared to other vegetable oil, although the harvested area is larger than oil palm. So here this origin of the oil palm. I think everyone aware of this, the origin of the oil palm. So this map show the history of the oil palm origin. As we know, the oil palm from Africa for Aloes genesis and from America for Aloes oleifera. So oil palm arrived in Southeast Asia in 1848 when 4 palm from the Bogor, Indonesia. The first commercial palm planted in Malaysia is in Tanamaran Estate, which is right now we know as Saindabi in Kuala Selangor in 1917. For the actually the main objective for the oil palm cultivation, of course, we want to produce the high oil yield and yield. For here, based on our experiment, the yield can reach up until 8 tons per hectare per year, while the best progeny we have produced is until 20 tons per hectare per year, and then the maximum theoretical oil yield estimate we can reach until 18.2 tons per hectare per year. But this theoretical can achieve with good agriculture practice. As we know, the good management, the good labor, and the fertilizer, soil and water management, and so on. Malaysia Palm Oil Board, actually we are focused on the developing planting material. First, we want to produce the material with high yield and slow high increment. And second, we want to produce the planting material with high iodine value. The factor is we want to broadening the narrow genetic base of our collection planting material. So the foreign PS1 and pouring series 2 PS2. Actually, we already commercialized or introduced to the industry since 1999. So I think some industry or private estate have this planting material. And one more thing, this material is based on Nigerian germplasm, and then we cross with the good olive piscifera, which is Evros. Okay, if you can see here, this is a list of planting material that produced by MPOB. So until now, we have 14 series for planting material. Each series have their own characteristic and different germplasm background. And then this all the material are right now planted in various MPOB research station and still under R&D program. So next is a material and method for my experiment. So there are 4 progenies from PS1 and 8 progenies from PS2 material. And then we add up with one standard cross as a control. So both experiment we are using the design RCBD with 16 pump per progeny for replication. For the yield and bunch analysis, we are recording after 3 years planting, and we do it at 2 round per month as follow the harvesting program. And then for the bunch analysis, we are conducted after 4 years planting, field planting. And then for the PS2, we calculate the eigenvalue. So we also use the composition of the summation of palmitic, steric, oleic, and linoleic. For the VM, we are normally doing when 8 years after planting, after the field planting, and then the data was analyzed by using SAS version 9.4. So here the list of the material that we use in this experiment. So we have 13 progenies, including the standard cross. Okay, this is the prospect of the PS1 and PS2 planting material. For the PS1, we have create the PS1 with Nigerian with characteristic dwarf and height bunch number, and then we cross with the Evros piscifera. And then for the production of PS2 material, actually we already screening various germplasm that show some progeny high in eigenvalue, and also eigenvalue in Dura that we are crossed with the best genera to get a better result. Okay, this is a picture for our experiment plot before we do a replanting. Okay, next is result and discussion. So first, I will touch about the performance of PS1 material first. So here, if you can see the result here, the progeny PUP 1213 show the highest mean for FFB yield. The mean FFB yield contribute by the mean bunch number. So bunch number will contribute to the yield. If we compare this all the 4 progenies from PS1 to the standard cross, we can see here 1 out of 4 progeny from PS1 material give this high yield, but the difference was not significant between these progenies. So we can say here there are no much difference between D by P and PS1 material. So next is the result for the bunch component, bunch analysis. I think I would like to touch about the oil-to bunch and oil yield, because the result here just show the oil-to bunch and oil-to yield. So the trimean for this one is 23.23%, and then the best oil-to bunch is still to progeny P11213 with the 24.83%. But if we compare to the standard cross, still oil-to bunch is not high. It's not a very high difference between standard cross and the PS1. Some progeny PUP 1213 with highest yield also contribute to the highest oil yield. So this is what we want to target from this PS1 material. So next is for the vegetative measurement. So the objective of the PS1 planting material is to reduce the height increment. So if we can see here, the trimean for the height is 2.88 meter. But if we see to the best, the lowest height increment is progeny PUP 1311. So PUP 1311 with 1.81 meter, with the height increment with 30.1 cm per year. Overall, we can see here PS1 material recorded low height increment. We can see here the range from 30 to 50 cm per year. If we compare to the standard cross with 40 centimeter per year increment. So this is a picture show the difference of height increment. So if you can see here, the height for the D/P commercial is taller than the pump is taller than the PS1. So I think it's a half of the PS1 material if compared to the D/P commercial. So we can see here the lifespan for this pump became longer until 30 years, because we know the height increment is still low and easy to harvest to harvest the bunch.
Okay, sorry, Encik Mustaqim, we have 1 more minute.
Okay, actually, I will fast a bit. Okay, so this result discussion for PS2 material. So we can see here the best progeny is 1534, and then next is the bunch component. So I will only touch the important thing is the oil-to bunch. We can see here the oil-to bunch PUP 1534 is the highest, and this one is for the vegetative measurement for high increment. I can say that PS2 material is high increment is more than the PS1. And then some fatty acid composition. You can see here the PS2 is created for high iodine value. So we can see here the iodine value is higher than the D/P material. So in conclusion, PS1 was the best planting material in terms of high yield and low increment, and then for PS2 material is very good in iodine value content. So this both planting materials still we are using for our breeding program. So we try to create a new elite palm with this character. So with that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Encik Mustaqim Muhammad from Malaysian Palm Oil Board. All right, very great presentation and clear presentation. So for the audience, if you have any question, you may ask direct to Encik Mustaqim, or you may pop down in a chat box here. We have about 2 to 3 minutes for Q&A session. All right.
In fact, along the way, if there is question, we can just put in the chat. Yeah. So Mr. Mustaqim can have a look.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Let's say, okay. Let's say there is a question regarding of your topic. They may put down in the chat box. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyway, thank you so much, Encik
Okay,
Mustaqim.
okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. Right. All right. Okay, Alhamdulillah. So now we can proceed to our next presenter. All right. Okay, now we proceed to our second presenter, Mrs. Ratna Sari Dewi Dasril from Malaysian Rubber Board. She's going to present entitled of Development of a Standard Specification for Latex Harvesting Utensil to Assist Procurement Process. Okay, so Mrs. Ratna Sari Dewi, you are most welcome. All right.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, Dr. Siti Masliza. So everybody can hear my voice clearly?
Yeah, it's quite clear. Yeah, great.
So let me share my screen first. Okay. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. This is my title for today. I would like to present my project on the development of a standard specification, how we develop a standard for the simple products in the rubber plantation, which is the LHU, latex harvesting utensil, to assist the procurement process. So this is my presentation outline, the introduction, problem statement, my methodology, the result and discussion, and then my conclusion. So this is a typical rubber plantation, and we have to have a good and a proper collection container because it is important to preserve the quality of the latex harvested, and also ease of handling. So the LHU, latex harvesting utensil, is a set of components comprising of the spout. This is the spout. Then the spring to hold on to the hanger, and then the hanger will hold on to the plastic cup. So we still have currently various types of LHU being used by rubber grower, being supplied in the market and purchased, but with no specific guideline. In terms of material and also design and dimensions. So the basic design and dimension for each of the LHU component are based on the requirements made in the low intensity tapping system scheme for the third round, which is the lead street survey carried out in the 2007 to 2010, the scheme launched by Malaysian Rubber Board. It involved 289 locations with area compass of about 17,000 hectares. And for this survey, it's estimated more than 5 million set of LHU were procured. And at that point of time, the requirement for LHU is recorded in the lead street survey document, and it's still being referred to until now. And we consider that document as MRB specification, the dimension and also the design for the LHU. And it's been widely used by all rubber growers. And this is how the document specify the LHU. It's just the design and the dimension of the, this is for the plastic cup. It mentioned the material is from polyplastic. And then this is for the metal components, the hanger, the spring, with a gap here, with a straight gap and the spout. So I would like to ask you a question. When we buy things, how do we select them? We buy upon recommendation by others. Are price other factors, or the design, or will the quality be a factor? So this is the problem for this product actually. There is no published guideline to assist the procurement of LSU in the open market, meaning there is no publicly available documents that the grower or the producer can refer. This is how I want to have the LSU. So when I do the project, this is the methodology. I carry out the survey to check on the current usage of the LSU, and then I analyze and develop a test method for the product performance, because the design and dimension alone doesn't justify to the quality of the product. We have to have a simple product performance for the LSU. Bear in mind, the whole set is a very cheap product. It's not cheap. It's only like less than 2 ringgit for the whole set. So we cannot have a very high-end analysis to be incorporated in the standard specification. So the survey was carried out in I think it was like in 2017 or 2018 with 2,430 respondents from 11 states. So this is the respondents. To obtain the feedback on the effectiveness of the LSU that they are using. And then the teammate developed a product performance requirement for each of the LSU component. The first one is for the plastic cup. We carry out the compositional test first to investigate on the material using FTIR and TGA. And then we do a compression test. This is based on the existing ISO 604. For the plastic compression test, and then we develop a new one on the endurance test. This is the test jig for compression test and test jig for the endurance test. For the metal components, we decided to use the bending test, which is a very simple test, and we design and develop the test jig as per the standard ASTM E290. Okay, for the result and discussion. When we review the available specification, apart from the MRB specification, there is another known specification, which is the RISDA specification. There are similar. They specify only the design and dimension, and it's intended for internal usage. The differences is on the design for spout, whereby for the MRB specification, we can see that the end of the tip is jagged, so it's easier to be fixed to the rubber tree as compared to the flat-ended spout, where we need to have additional force to fix the spout to the bark of the tree, and the spout will be prone to bending because of the flat-ended end. And for the spring, this is also the difference is the design. For the straight gap that we have for the MRB specification will make it easier to place the hanger, and it can support the hanger better when the cup is filled with latex. So in conclusion, the MRB specification is slightly better in terms of design and dimensions. So from the survey, there is about 61% of the respondents use the specified 1.2 liter plastic cup, which following the spec and the design and dimension of the LSU cup. And for the 39% who didn't use the plastic cup, the 1.2 liter plastic cup, they're actually using other type of other size of plastic cup, but there are still others who are using a primitive but practical for them for collection of the latex. And for the cup durability, almost majority of the respondents told that the cup can last up to 5 years. So for the design and dimension, the design and dimension specified in the MRV specification is practical and will be incorporated in the new standard specification. As for the performance test, the endurance test that we carried out is not practical because the plastic cup are majority made out of semi-crystalline thermoplastic, which is very durable. So after a few million cycles, we can't see any breaking at or any damage at the cup. And if we were to try for more than few million cycles, the test cost will be higher. So this is not feasible. So we proceed with the compression test, which is a very simple test, straightforward, well established, and easy to be handled and monitored. So we select the compression test. To confirm what is the minimum breaking point for the performance, we need to have a value. What is the value for a compression test? So we carry out a weathering test for the plastic cup to suggest the minimum breaking point. We measure the samples before the weathering, the blue graph. We have 3 samples. Actually, there is a lot of replicates that have been carried out. So this is the average. And then the samples A and B showed a similar compressive stiffness before the weathering test. And sample B has the lowest compressive stiffness. This is correspond to the polymer content that it has in each of the samples. So we can see the polymer content for sample A and B is similar, and polymer C, sample C has a less polymer with a higher filler content. So it's easier to break the sample C. And after the weathering test, it is observed that the samples actually degraded. We can see the samples become brittle, and sample C showed more severe effect to the degradation in all the replicates. And for sample A and B, minimal sign of degradation, with sample A showing very less degradation effect. So the degradation weaken the compressive stiffness, and this is the result, the gray bar. So the sample A, sample B and C before and after weathering showed 22.9% and 21.5% reduction of value for the compressive stiffness. As for sample A, it's only 2.9 changes, with 2.9% changes was observed. This observation suggested that the high carbon black content in sample A give a significant impact toward the strength properties of the plastic cup. So tips for manufacturers of plastic cup: adding a carbon black will increase the stiffness of the product. And from this study, we selected the value for the minimum breaking point will be at 1,600 Newton. So just for information, the weathering conditions we carried out is it simulates to a 1-year natural outdoor exposure. So it's like 500 hours in the weathering chamber. This is for the metal components. Survey outcome says that they happy with the products they are using, and it can last for the hanger and spring for 1 to 5 years before they change to the next one. And for the spout, it's only like 1 to 2 years because we have to change the position of the spout. So basically, when you remove, you have to change another one. So the most common problem that they face that the hanger and spring are easily rusted. So because the specification just specify a galvanized steel plate or galvanized steel wire, so it doesn't really been helpful for the user to know whether this is actually, are they really a governance template or not. So the hangers is to data because actually specify the thickness. So the thickness will specify the ductility. So if we don't check, so the user won't know whether it's meet the specification or not. And then
we have sorry for disturbing. We have about less than 1 minute, Mrs. right now. All right.
All right. So the performance test that we carried out is the bending test. The jig can accommodate all the 3 samples, even with the different thickness. And we run about hundreds of replicates, and this is the value that we can we take for the standard specification. The bend test provide a simple way to evaluate the quality of materials, and this is a quick and simple and cheap test, performance test for the metal components. So this is the standard specification for LSUs. This is still under publication, and when we combine all the information that we have gathered, it becomes a simple document that everybody who are interested to refer to, clear. It states the requirements, the design and dimensions, what is the performance requirement. Straight away, the producer and the user knows how to test your product. Even if you want to go to get certification, it's easier because the test is there, and this and it's traceable if anybody want to check. And the standardization actually helps the R&D activities, the method development to be standardized, and then we can do a testing validation and do a certification activities to ensure that all the products in the markets is of a quality. So as a conclusion, each of the LSU components requirements and performance have been carefully identified and selected. And the standard specification can be used by producer and also user of the LSU. It's a simple document to guide rubber growers. It can also assist producer of the LSU to produce quality product. And lastly, it will assist the whole value chain of the procurement activities. With that, thank you.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. So we finish. Okay, anyway, thank you so much, Mrs. Ratna Sari Dewi Dasril. Good presenting. All right. So is there any question to be asked to Mrs. Ratna regarding of the latex harvesting utensil? Audience, do you have any question? Similar with Encik Mustaqim, let's say you have any question, you may drop your question in the chat box there. Later, Mrs. Ratna will answer the question. Right? Is it okay, Mrs. Ratna?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
So, okay. Anyway, thank you so much, Mrs. Ratna. All right. Okay, all right. So now let's continue. Our next presenter, okay, this is a review presenting. All right. Okay, now I would like to call upon Ivan Loh Zinyi. She's from Universiti Putra Malaysia. She will present the topic entitled of Eucalyptus plantation in Malaysia, a review on status, issues, and challenges. Okay, Ivan Loh Zinyi, you are most welcome and invited. All right.
All right, thank you, Dr. Siti. Hello everyone, and good afternoon. My name is Ivan. As introduced by Dr. Siti, I will be presenting on eucalyptus plantations in Malaysia. So before that, I will share my screen. Okay. All right. Can everyone see the screen? Hello. All good?
Yes, we can see it's very clear and great voice.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So before that, I will just start. Thank you for everyone. So I will proceed with my presentation. So this is my outline. I will be covering on the introduction on eucalyptus plantation, and then secondly on current status, the third issues and challenges, the way forward, and finally on conclusions. So this review paper, eucalyptus is one of the most popular tree species which is planted around the world to supplement global demand for fiber, solid wood, and veneer products. So this eucalyptus is actually originated from Australia. It's an Australian tree. And a small amount of these species are endemic to Indonesia, Philippines, and some in New Guinea. So up to the year 2008, there is almost 20 million hectares of eucalyptus has been cultivated worldwide, which includes from America, Europe, and Asia. So more of these countries, especially on India as well, India and China as well, has a lot of eucalyptus. So most of them, these eucalyptus, they have around 800 different type of species. But then, according to Stanton, that is, these species they are only dominated by 9 species, which is as listed here is Eucalyptus camaldulensis grandis, Terratinochronis, and so on. Okay, I'll proceed. So this is about the chronology of eucalyptus in Malaysia. So the eucalyptus is started in Malaysia as ornamental plant, which is the seeds are carried from Queensland in 1893, and so from then, the first introduction is carried out by the Forest Department in 1927, where they introduced these seeds to be planted in Malaysia. So then, in the 1930s, there are some trial plantings of eucalyptus which was carried out in order to plant for fuel wood and timber in the Cameron Highlands. Okay, so after that, because of the global trend of lacking of timber in the whole Malaysia, which is everyone is looking for some wood resources, which is because the wood resource is very scarce now. And then the government they came out with an idea, which is they formulate compensatory forest plantation program, which is CFPP lah. So they commence this, and so from there, there are a few species that are mentionable, which is eucalyptus is introduced, as well as acacia, Gymnella arbora, and so forth. So from then, there are also similar projects as well in Sabah, which is led by Sabah Softwoods and Diran Berhad. So they also introduced Eucalyptus digota together with other species, which is almost the same as compensatory forest plantation program during an afforestation project for hardwood and timber production. Okay, so the most pressing issue is the growth rate of Eucalyptus digota during the time in Sabah is generally much lower than the other recommended species, which is Gymnella arbora and others, especially. So that becomes a problem, and then they disregarded eucalyptus species as for further planting in 1982. So despite of early success of acacia, because acacia eventually it became very popular, and all the planters they tend to go for planting acacia. But then the problem came out where there are two diseases, which is one is the hot rot disease, and the second is the root rot caused by the Ganoderma. And these two, after this, because of the emergence of these